Hello, thank you for the $25. Take my monthly see also commission when? Maybe now? Damn. For me 25 and for... Okay. I'm a drunk. I'm a bad drunk. How are you today? Hello, Greater Rain. How are you? How are you holding up? Up, up, and away. Hello, vodka, which is almost vodka, which is vodka in Polish. Vodka, vodka, which is almost voda. Vodka is almost vodka, which is almost voda, which is almost water. Maybe it's just because vodka looks like water, but it's alcohol, which is why the words are almost identical in Polish. And I guess in all of Slavic languages. No. I'm gonna write it in chat. In both chats. Ugh. Hold on. Why won't it let me log in? Let me log in! Let me in! Let me in. Okay. Let me in. Hello, lettuce. Wow, I have a crowd tonight. Is it because of Biden? It's because of you're so excited to hear what I have to say about Biden logging off the presidential run. There you go. Thank you, lettuce. That's right. It's vodka. That's right. But the W is read like the V. I'm gonna write it here as well. You write it. If you're an English speaker, you might be tempted to read it like woodka or something, but it's vodka because the V and the W are the same. The Polish alphabet, you know. Hello, Buno Freerants. Oh my gosh, have complicated name. Have a very complicated name. Boon of Tyrants. True. Okay, that's not so complicated. You know what? It is complicated when you mash it together. So yeah. At some point I'm gonna be joining a stream of Daedalus Media and we'll be discussing Biden together. We discussed the merit of Xenogears. Oh yeah! Wait, do you mean in voice? Or do you mean in the voice chat? Wow. And now you're catching my stream. Is that your first time catching my stream? Are you a big fan? You big fan of Lucy Hadza? Mamala 2024. Context is being exists. Damn. Biden dropped out. It's been wow. What a run. What an election cycle. So many things happening. were so many people on the fence when it came to Biden dropping off or not dropping off. And now he did it. He announced it and endorsed Kamala Harris. Yes. Well, sort of. Biden endorsed her, but I guess it's not been made official. So yes and no? Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows who'll be the thing? You know who'll replace Joe Biden? Cenk Uygur. Cenk Uygur. I, Joe Biden, the President of the United States, have decided that we need fresh new blood, fresh new exciting candidate, a young feller that is gonna win the thing. Young, new, exciting candidate, and who'll be better served to be the President of the United States of America than Cenk Uygur? Isn't that right? Vote Uygur. Vice President Anna Kasparian. There you go. The Young Turks presidency. See? How catchy. Yes, Greta Rain? Is this something the matter? Do you object to my vision for the US of A? A? Is there a problem? What's your question? The screen is tight. What? Oh, is there a way for YouTube chat to be shown on screen? He replied to things I don't know what was originally said. Oh. I'm just trying to incentivize people from YouTube to join the side page thing. You know? Giving them a little bit of a boon. Yeah, so they join here and donate, maybe, possibly, you know? Or subscribe. That would be nice. Oh, you look, I have a book. I mean, you knew that already, but I have a few books. No, that's not the book. Out of Step. Oh my gosh, what a book. What is this? What? Out of Step. A full and vigorously written record of an intense, embattled, but entirely honorable life. Out of Step. An unquitted life in the 20th century is philosopher Sidney Hook's memoir of lifelong commitment to social justice and political freedom. Considered the godfather to the New York intellectuals, he was one of America's most astute eyewitnesses of political and cultural change in this turbulent century, from the First World War, the Depression, Woodrow Wilson, through the Nazi rallies, the Moscow show trials, to Carter and Reagan. There's hardly an important issue he did not address, or a political struggle in which he was not an active participant. His engrossing portraits of contemporaries John Dewey, Albert Einstein, Martin Heidegger, Arthur Koestler, Bertolt Brecht, Bertrand Russell, Edmund Wilson, and the Partisan Review circle of writers. Yeah, it's in it. I'm reading in English. Yeah, it's in English. I'm reading the description from the book. That's in English. Yeah, the book's in English. I know that I'm a quick translator, but I don't translate that quick, okay? I'm not that quick in translating things from Polish. I'm good. I'm not that good. Gosh, imagine. Imagine if I'd be able to translate things that quick. That would be an achievement, wouldn't it? I'd just do translation full time if I'd be able to translate this quick. And I'd be rich. I'd probably get a certificate. Do you know what's the most profitable way of being a translator? I wonder if there's a... Wikipedia. Deutsch? No, I'm looking for English. There is no English equivalent of this. That is so wild. So there's this thing called a sworn translator. And a sworn translator is basically a translator that has special qualifications to translate documents and other papers from abroad issued by the government. And a sworn translator gives their seal that the translation is A-OK. Officially A-OK. There is a special extra level of legitimacy that a sworn translator sort of has when it comes to translating official documents. I guess. Well, there's a code that if you're translating, as I said, documents, you need to get a sworn translator for it to be treated seriously and not rejected. That's a necessity, a law necessity. Which is why sworn translators make a lot more money. A sworn translator's translation is worth a lot more than a regular translator's translation. It's true. But it's also a lot harder to become, as you may imagine, a sworn translator. You need to pass a very special, very difficult exam in order to be a sworn translator. No, it's not really a translator's. What you're actually talking about, if there's a negotiation happening live, then a person doing that is not really called a translator. It's more like an interpreter. Live interpreter is what you call a person that sort of translates speech live. But it's not really a person. It's not really the job of a person that translates to try to soften blows or to make, after all, the person is just a translator. So technically speaking, they should just be neutrally translating whatever is being said without interfering in any way. You know? Interpreter is the better word. Interpreter is the word. Okay, what time is it in the US? Okay, I'm gonna DM. What time is it now in Daedalus land? 7:13. 7:14. So I guess I'm gonna be joining that lesson 40 minutes. We're gonna be discussing Biden. We're gonna be discussing Biden. So I'm not sure if I should be discussing Biden now and then discussing Biden again, or should I just, I don't know, do small talk. Wait, 2 hours? Oh, 17. Oh, never mind. I might as well talk Biden now. What time zone is Daedalus? Some form of US time zone. Some weird form of American time zone. America. Eastern. Eastern European. Who do you think is gonna be Kamala Harris's VP? Is this gonna be Bernie Sanders? Okay, it's gonna be in 2 hours 45 minutes, or later even. What do you think? Place your bets. Oh, you might as well, because I'm sure. Hold on. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. All of Lucy? Oh my gosh. It's me. The governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Is Josh Shapiro related to Ben Shapiro? Shapiro, meaning Jewish. It's okay. So it's basically like having Bernie Sanders as the VP, because all Jewish people are part of a single hive mind, as you all know. So technically speaking, it's like having me as vice president. Huh? So from now on, you can say Lucy Hazeh might become the next vice president of the US. It's safe to say now. If provided that Josh Shapiro becomes the VP, then that's basically like me becoming VP because of the mentioned hive mind thing. Yeah, that's a thing. But nobody will tell you that, but it's true. It's true. What is the surname Unfortunate? It's a pretty... There are a few Shapiros in the Warsaw Jewish Cemetery. It's true. Don't let the nice surname be spoiled by Ben 10, Ben the hero. Let's oh my gosh. Ben 10. Oh. Home. Kamala Harris. On behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as President of the United States and for his decades of service to our country. I am honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination, and then win the presidency forever. Well, not forever. It's for my maximum of 2 terms. What? Okay. What am I looking at? Gosh, Polish politics. Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg. In a hive mind does each unit hold all the knowledge of the whole, or is it the loss of one and the irreplaceable loss of individual knowledge? We all hold all of the knowledge of each individual collectively, which means that I have all the knowledge of Ben Shapiro as well, and all the dirt on Ben Shapiro that I could use at any moment. But I won't. Booty judge. Oh gosh. People are reacting to this Biden thing in all different ways. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. What is gonna happen now? Oh yeah, we might as well. I'm Prime Minister of Poland. We have to address the most important. What is this language? Oh my god. This is so bizarre. This is so weird. Okay, let's just look at this. Let's just look at this. I'm gonna go at this from an angle that nobody else has done in the universe. React. Hold on. Okay, full screen. Donald! Okay, Donald. We're gonna see the reaction of Donald, okay? That's what we need, the reaction of Donald. Are you excited? You're excited for the reaction of Donald? Please, God, no. Hillary Clinton. I wanted to make that joke, but you know. Hillary Clinton. Oh, you know. A comeback. A comeback story. Well. Alright, let's see what Donald has to say. Let's see what Donald has to say about Joe Biden dropping out. Donald Tusk. Dear President Joe Biden, you've taken many difficult decisions. I'm pretty sure it should be made many difficult, whatever. Thanks to which Poland, America, and the world are safer. A democracy stronger. I know you were driven by the same motivations when announcing your final decision. Jesus, that sounds like he's about to die. Your final decision. You're announcing, hello, Nel Shadaka. You're announcing your final decision. Jesus, there will be no more Biden decisions in his life. very, very strange phrasing. Probably the most difficult one in your life. Oh, depends. He's been, I don't know. COVID is pretty random. COVID can be pretty random. Sometimes people have horrible, uh, I don't know. Sometimes people go through pretty rough COVID and die, like my father, and sometimes people just go through COVID and barely have any symptoms at all. Some people actually go through COVID without even knowing they've had COVID, right? Some people go totally symptomless. That's a thing. People tend to forget that symptomless COVID exists. There are many people that just maybe I assume I've never had COVID, but maybe I've had COVID, but it was just symptomless. That's actually a possibility. But I've not been tested positively ever, so I will just continue living and assuming that I've never had it. For a long time, I've actually been pretty careful about isolation, masks, etc. Especially during the height of COVID. Ironically enough, when my father was in the hospital, I think my brother was isolating, I think, because he met father pretty soon before he got COVID. So he was like, I met father right before he got COVID, so maybe, I don't know, I should stay at home and not meet anybody. And my father told him from the hospital, oh, don't over exaggerate. Okay, so that happened. I remember that being a thing. Had some sort of COVID, and it was a mild illness for me. My parents have each had it several times, and it was worse for them. My brother and his wife had their taste buds seemingly permanently altered. Permanently altered. I know that people's sense of smell gets messed up. People's sense of taste gets messed up. Some people, when they get COVID, like lose their taste completely during COVID. So, the mileage will vary. The mileage will vary. My beloved friend whomst I love fixed my internet. President Sunday says Biden stepped out of the race. It worked and nobody should doubt my methods again. What? Okay. That's It's been years and there's certain foods they used to like that they're now intolerant of having a huh. Oh. Merrick is just a compilation of her laughing. They actually have nothing. This rules. Libs of TikTok. They want this woman to be president. Now I want to see the compilation. Now I want to see what they're trying to spin here. Oh, wait. Now I actually want to see. I've heard that they probably want to spin Kamala Harris as some weirdo. Libs of TikTok. Let's see. Let's see what the horrible thing about Kamala Harris is. Let's see. Where is the... Okay. Okay, they want this woman to be president. Okay, this is apparently so bad that it should make us not want this woman to be president. So I'm here. I'm gonna put on my earphones and let's listen. My gay earphones because they pink. Pink is a gay color. Okay, let's look at this damning video of Kamala Harris.
Poor hubby. Poor hubby. Not
Apparently so.
He knows how to sell right there. Okay.
yeah, exactly. So,
She's still got a sense of humor. Right?
I don't get it.
And I think in New Hampshire, you're gonna swing by.
okay. So, joining us now from New York.
Okay, now because you'll need some help. Maybe you can have no, maybe.
I don't get it.
Swear to you. So, let's do this.
Okay, so the caption to this video, once again, is they want this woman to be president. Okay, I don't get it. Is it now bad for a politician to laugh? Is it bad for a presidential candidate to laugh? Oh boy. Is that really all that the opponents to Kamala Harris will be able to dish out? She laughs and therefore bad. Oh, okay, this is supposed to be a, well, let's see. Jesus, Democrats are endorsing this woman for president. New ad destroys Kamala. It's been so... What's happening? Okay, let's watch this 4-minute video. Jesus. I feel like she's probably done more meaningful, awful things than just action, sort of. Hello, Stella Maris. Oh, I've not seen you here before, Stella Maris. Are you new to this stream? Have you seen this stream before? If you're not new and I don't remember you, then I apologize. But if you are new, then how did you find this stream? What made you want to be here? And what other streamers do you watch? And that's it for now. I don't want to overwhelm you with all the questions. I do not wish to overwhelm you. Yeah, she was a prosecutor. Okay, let's listen to this damning video posted by Libs of TikTok. The Democrats want to endorse this woman for president. Let's hear it.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
Oh no. Oh no.
You know?
It's the thing that everybody's saying now. And the coconut.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Wait, is this gonna be a compilation of her saying that? And that's up. So there are two, that's the second super damning thing. The whole unburdened from what was and what can be thing. Like, really? That's the second super damning thing apart from the laughing? Okay. Okay.
Unburdened by what has been.
What is this supposed to show? What is this supposed to demonstrate? What is this bizarre compilation supposed to demonstrate to me? Apart from the fact that she is a slogan, a catchphrase.
Can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has
It's gonna be like 4 minutes of just this?
been. What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What can be.
Literally, that's gonna be just 4 minutes of this. And this is supposed to somehow show me that she's a terrible presidential candidate. That's
Unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has
Is there some secret lore behind this catchphrase that's supposed to be super damning?
been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Who we can be, unburdened by who we have been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be, unburdened by where we have been, and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
This is supposed to be a negative thing about her, by the way. This is supposed to be a negative compilation. This is supposed to show how horrible she is to everybody.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
I think we get the point. I want to see what people wrote under this video. I guess 4.7 comments, but I'm watching this on off stream because I don't know, some people can post some really strange things on Twitter. Kamala Harris wants to reduce the population. She's the perfect deep state candidate for the World Economic Forum. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's a good representation of the audience of Libs of TikTok. Oh my god. Americans should be very worried about Kamala Harris as the DNC presidential candidate. In the name of climate change, Kamala Harris wants to invest in reduced population. Excellent. The Democrats are a joke. cannot wait to vote for Trump. This will be interesting. She's got everything they are looking for. Unintelligent, unpopular, unelectable. Kamala. She's got everything. Did we do the debate too early in June? We wanted Joe to stay in the race. Did we do the debate too early? Jesus. What a disgrace for women. There are so many women I'd choose before Kamala. Huh? I am... What? She's as mentally unfit as Biden, says Paul A. Shipura with a very, I don't know, suspiciously Polish sounding surname. Very strange. I assume everybody here is familiar with Libs of TikTok, right? This will be the election map. True. This will be the election map. Full swing ahead. Full swing state ahead. She's terrible. The cackle queen is here. She's just laughing. She just laughs. Oh yeah, we might as well look at Joe Biden's thing, right? Joe Biden. Am I following Biden? I'm not following Joe Biden. I cannot believe I don't follow Joe Biden. On Twitter. Let's see who is following. Wow, so many people are following Joe Biden. That I know. 178 people that I know are following Joe Biden. I must follow in their footsteps and follow Joe Biden right now. In fact, I'm going to do it on screen. There you go. I'm now following Joe Biden. Gets too little too late, but you know, better late than never, right? Let's finish the job. Joe. You don't have to anymore. He's irrelevant. That's not true. It's called a symbolic follow. Plus, he is literally a historical figure at this point. So there you go. You don't follow historic figures? Huh? I do. Joseph R. Biden Jr. This document will probably go down in history. It's probably gonna be a part of the historical record. July 21st, 2024. My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we have made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. Does America have the strongest economy in the world? Let me see. Top 10 strongest economies in the world by GDP 2024. We're fact checking Biden. Um, so China is the world's largest economy in terms of GDP, according to the IMF. The International Monetary Fund estimates that China's GDP in 2023 stood 32,931.4 billion. It is estimated to be 35.291 billion in 2024. The United States of America, or the USA, ranks second on the list of top 10 largest economies in the world. So Biden has lied to us. Biden has deceived us. Biden speaks lies. So there you go. Lie number 1. We have caught Biden on a lie. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drugs costs for seniors. By the way, in Poland, because I'm Polish, so I have to, compare everything to Poland. In Poland, after a certain age, when you become of certain age, prescription drugs become free, completely free, not just reduced price, but free. My mom told me when I visited her after returning from Ukraine that she went to the pharmacy with her prescribed prescribed medicine, and she asked the pharmacist, so how much do I pay? And the pharmacist was like, you pay zero, you pay nothing for all of that medicine. So you've reached the age when certain medicine is free. There you go. Is that a thing in the US? When you reach a certain age, does certain medicine just become free? You go to the doctor prescribes you medicine, and you just get it for free at the pharmacy? Is that a thing that exists in the US? Answer in the chat. I want to know if the seniors get any free medicine in the US. I want to know if that happens. I guess nobody knows. I guess nobody depends. I mean, it's not really an answer to my question. If it depends, then your answer is that yes, some medicine is for free if you're a senior. No? But that's communism. If any seniors have to pay. See, in Poland, in Poland, some medicine just becomes outright free when you're a senior. So that's good, right? That's a good solution. And in expanding affordable healthcare to a record number of Americans. I think it depends on the individual level what someone is covered by insurance, social programs, etc. No, in Poland it's just irrelevant. You reach a certain age, you get medicine for free. You don't need to be covered by anything. The only thing you have to, I guess, the only thing that needs to be covered is that you have to be a certain age. I guess that's the thing you need to cover. I've got my birth certificate covered. No, we are talking about the US. I'm just making a comparison. I'm just very I don't know. It's so weird that Poland is better on this than the US is what I'm saying basically. Like it is so listen. It is so weird to read statements back to back such as today America has the strongest economy in the world, and then we lowered prescriptions for drug costs for seniors. We are the strongest economy in the world, and yet we cannot give any medicine to seniors for free. Poland is not the strongest economy in the world, and yet it can afford to do it. Do you see the problem? Do you see the issue? Your power has gone out like 3 times. Feels like Ukraine. You know? So that's a bit weird. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances. Veterans sort of need also help in getting back to society. Veterans with disabilities need extra care as well. Because as we know, some people that go to wars lose their legs, and that's all I have to say about that. Passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African American woman to the Supreme Court. And passed the first gun safety law in 30 years. I mean, some would think it's great and some would think it's bad. That's a pretty divisive thing, the gun thing, isn't it? And passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. So it definitely could have been done without me, the not American people. So it definitely could have been done without me. Together, we overcome a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. By the way, as far as I remember, COVID in the US has had an exceptionally big amount of deaths. A pretty big amount of deaths in the US from COVID. And as far as I remember, a lot of it happened under Donald J. Trump. How interesting, huh? How very interesting. and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. Well, under J. Donald Trump, some alliances have been weakened. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. This whole topic has created such friction within the party as well. So maybe he just, stepped down to avoid furthering that, especially since any division within the party at this point is just helping Trump to get elected. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me re-elected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work, and let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you have placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can't do when we do it together. And by together, it means you, US viewers of this stream. But definitely not me, because I'm not American. So everybody except me. Another non-American. It's okay, I can still discuss it. It's fine. I can still discuss it, and I still accept donations in American dollars, even though I'm not American. Not American, but I still accept American dollars. For donations. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude, blah, 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 blah. My heartfelt appreciation for the American people, for the faith. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can do. Okay, Joe Biden. Which some people said that the signature is scuffed. Little do people know that a lot of people at some point just start using a facsimile, which is basically a signature that is in the form of a stamp thing. Some people just basically stamp their written signatures in the form of a facsimile. Did you know that? Like when my father, for some things, needed to do a signature and he wasn't around, sometimes they just take out his facsimile and stamp his handwritten signature. How was that thing? And it's apparently legitimate. It apparently works. It apparently is perfectly fine to do that. This is random, but does every country put a face on its currency? Yeah, basically. Basically, most countries do that. Usually of historical figures. Yeah, kings, heroes, past presidents. Yeah, that's a thing. It's a thing for hryvnia. It's a thing for Polish zloty. I believe It's a thing for the Vietnamese dong. Yeah. It is definitely a thing. So that was his announcement that he'll sort of won't be, that he's dropping out. At that point, everybody's been wondering, it's wow, why isn't he endorsing anybody? Is he gonna endorse Kamala Harris? What's he gonna do? Hello, Philippe Auguste. Kings. Polish currency has kings. Usually kings. Hello, Philippe Auguste. How have you been? Have you been watching any streamers talking about? Have you been watching any emergency streams about the Biden thing today? Hold on. It's a bit of a tangent. I'm gonna be talking about Biden in depth later as well with the Atlas Media. Wait, but you don't have the kings anymore? No, we don't have kings anymore. No, we've not have kings. No country that has been part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth has had kings ever since the fall of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Okay, Poland has not had kings. Lithuania has not had kings. Hello, Rivers Alt. Ukraine has not had kings ever since the fall of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And of course, Belarus has not had kings. So why? Because they're historical figures. They're historical figures. Old Polish kings are on the currency. There we go. I guess I might as well show you. These are the notes. 10 zlotys, 20 zlotys, 50, 100. This is like Mieszko the First. Mieszko the First was actually a prince. He wasn't a king. He's like considered the very first ruler of Poland historically. Mieszko the First. From before Poland was even a kingdom. He was like the guy that was no, they don't count as kings because they don't have the title of king. So this is basically the guy that is considered the first ruler from when I guess I'm simplifying a bit, from when the Slavic tribes united to create the Duchy of Poland. Like this is like the first guy. And these are the Polish coins. 1 grosz, 2 grosze, 5 groszy, 10 groszy, 20 groszy, 50 groszy, 1 złoty, 2 złote, 5 złotych, which translates into goldens. It's 10 złotys, 20 złotys, 50 złotys, 100 złotys. Now you actually have two more notes. You have also 200 złotys and far more recently a 500 zlotys note was added. So I guess you have learned a bit about Polish currency today. Let's go back to Biden. So everybody's been wondering, why has he not endorsed anyone? But he has. Oh, it's no longer my fellow Americans. It's my fellow Democrats. So far, so much for the unity. So much for addressing all of the Americans. No, I'm only addressing Democrats. No one else. Everybody else can just go, I don't know, go home. My fellow Democrats have decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and has been the best decision I've made. I don't know why, but I expected to read, and it's been the best decision of my life. But I guess that would be a bit much. But I sort of expected it to go that way. It's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. Let us do this. Alright, let's do this. So listen here, Democrats. Are there any Democrats in this chat? I don't know. Give me some emote if you are a Democrat in this chat. Give me your enthusiastic Democrat thing. Have no clue why, but there's a $2 on my counter right now. I don't know who put it there. I'm the only one here. Ostensibly, you're a Democrat and you know it. You're a Democrat and you know it. You're gonna vote Kamala. You're gonna vote Kamala. Not a Dem. What are you voting for, Glitchmaster? What are your loyalties? What are your loyalties? Where are your loyalties at? I will vote Mamala. Good. You're gonna vote no. Could you no wait, hold on. Kiskara. What are you saying? You're not gonna vote independent. You're gonna vote Kamala Harris. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You're gonna make the right choice. You're gonna do the right thing. The right thing for the people of this audience is to vote Kamala Harris when the time comes. Oh, you are independent. But you're gonna vote Kamala Harris, right? That's gonna be a thing. I don't know. I, as a foreigner, as a dirty, dirty foreigner, had my worries about Biden dropping out. It feels a little bit late in the race. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but we're just gonna have to see how this plays out. It feels like it's just impossible to make a strong claim as to what's about to happen now, you know? It feels like any person that would make a strong statement of, oh, this or that will happen 100%, that they're just being very arrogant, to say the least. Very overconfident in their ability to just perfectly predict what's going to happen. I'm gonna write in Lucy has a vote for change. True. I would create so much change that it would make your head spin. I'm gonna be the candidate like Cenk Uygur. You know, if Cenk can... I have family in the US. Doesn't that sort of kind of make me a US citizen? Think about it. if I have family in Texas, that means I am technically speaking an American. No? Isn't that how that works? Isn't that how that should work? Part of my DNA lives in the US of A, which means that by extension I should be granted the citizenship of the USNA. I think it makes perfect sense. I think it's just simple logic, isn't it? I don't know, maybe I should just vote for Trump. Did you see how Kamala laughs? Can't have all that in office, also femoid. Oh no. But have you also seen that whole unburdened by what was? Did you see that? No, we cannot have that. Have you considered that Trump has survived an assassination? You're practically a cowgirl. True. Well, are you saying that I have others? Let's not get into this. Let's not get into the theory of me being a cow girl. Hello, Palm Dad. We're discussing Biden. We're discussing Biden and him dropping out. I'm giving you the deepest, most interesting commentary on the subject that you'll ever get from anywhere else. I'm gonna give you real, in-depth political analysis. I thought you were a duck. I am. Furry arc. I don't think... I don't know. Cows do not feel like very furry animals to me. Like... When I think cow, I don't think furry. And if you're with us, donate to her campaign here. Apparently, within the hour of Biden stepping back, people like stepping down. People like gathered $5 million for Kamala Harris or something like that. Or a cock? Could one be both cow and a duck, or a cock if you... Oh, a cock? I'm not getting into this. I am not getting into this. Oh yeah, Elon Musk had a reaction as well. He might as well. Elon Musk. Where's the Elon Musk? Where's the actual Elon Musk? Is that the actual Elon Musk? No way. Is that his real actually... Is that his real profile picture? This cringy, awful... No way. Is this his real account with this cringy, awful, horrible profile picture? Is that really him? Is that the real deal? The real account? This is embarrassing. Analysis. X Daily News. Despite media claims that X is now irrelevant, Biden chose to announce that he's dropping out on this platform first. Elon is cringe, so it checks out. Yeah, I want to see his reaction to the Biden thing. That is weird behavior. Okay. Let's see the reaction. Exactly. That's his reaction. Kanekawa the Great. Whoever this is. Who is this? Oh gosh. What a picture. Okay, let's see what this person has to say. Joe just dropped out. The Democratic elite, corporate media, and billionaire donors successfully pressured the candidate chosen by Democratic primary voters to drop out because he's down in the polls and losing. Democrats destroy democracy in pursuit of power. What? What? Wait. What? What does that even... What does any of that mean? What is any of that supposed to mean? Exactly. You know what the last time I saw Elon Musk say exactly was? Very recently I saw Elon Musk react to something by basically saying exactly. That was when some person wrote a whole cringy thing saying that since drones can now destroy tanks, the era of tank warfare is over. And it also had Elon Musk basically replying, exactly. So, I don't know. I don't know about that. Feels pretty suspect. Okay, I'm gonna check this off. The comments to the Elon Musk exactly. The party that has been lecturing us on democracy for 4 years just did the most undemocratic thing ever. What? What's the most undemocratic thing ever? Joe Biden deciding to step down as the most undemocratic thing ever? I guess this just I don't know. Elon Musk fans. Biden staying in office long enough to pardon his crime family. Dropping out is undemocratic. Being pushed out when you are the chosen candidate is undemocratic. But you know what? But you know that, surely. Oh gosh. Twitter. Oh my goodness. Thank you, fake Alec Cal Parker, for the tier 1 subscription for Elen Cinema Jig. Thank you. I can now use all the wonderful emotes. The Biden administration beefed up Secret Service protection for President Zelensky and denied beefed up Secret Service protection for President Trump. And Elon Musk's reaction is exclamation mark. Something's afoot. President Zelensky is cherished more in the US than the former President Donald J. Trump? How can that be? How can that be? Democracy is when dictator for life. Obviously. Of course. Of course. Okay, who else? Who else reacted to? Um, oh yeah, Elon Musk is now openly just endorsing Trump and giving him like $45 million per month. So much for the, I'm apolitical. I don't really endorse any candidates. I don't really support any candidates openly. I'm just gonna stay out of this. I'm not gonna endorse anyone. Paul just pretty changed pretty quickly to now I'm actually just gonna fund this guy's you know campaign. It's pretty ridiculous. So much for being such neutral, apolitical dude. Can I have 45 million per month? Hell, I'll take a way less. Well, if you're Trump, you'll get that from Elon Musk. We already read the we have already read the reaction of we've already read the reaction of Donald, and by Donald I mean Donald Tusk. So now, wait, how did Donald Trump react? Did Donald Trump react? Donald J. Trump. $87.7 million. Huh. Huh. I guess no posts. Maybe replies? Nope. Nope. Who else reacted to the whole Biden thing? Let me think. Let me think. Let me think of reactees. Oh. Hold on. Oh, okay. Let's see. No way. No way. No way. Really? Oh my god. Really? No way. Okay, let's take a look at this. I expected just some weirdo reaction to Biden dropping out, but I guess this is the moment when we're gonna unveil a special, very special announcement by a very special boy. That's right. Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle has also reacted to Biden dropping out. But more importantly, has done a very important announcement. That's right. Jackson Hinkle. The person that likes to go to Russia and pose with Russian soldiers. The person that likes to challenge people to boxing. And then bail. Likes to challenge people to boxing and then bail when people agree to his challenge. That is real bravery. It takes real bravery to challenge someone to a fight and then run away from the fight when they agree. Oh well. Okay, let's take a look. From the top. Let's take it from the top, quite literally. So, Biden serves Zionists and warmongers. Trump serves Zionists and warmongers. We at the American Communist Party are the answer to freeing America. Oh, follow ACP Maine. That's right. That's right. We are entering a new era. Forget Biden. Forget Trump. There are more important things happening here now. We've stumbled upon something very important. We've stumbled upon a historical event. An event of historical weight, historical importance. And I am so glad that I can be the person to sort of introduce you to this development, to the announcement of the formation of the American Communist Party. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, let's watch. Breaking announcement. History is being made as we speak. As we speak, history is being made. Okay, let's listen. Listen, shh. Pay attention. This is important. This is important. Pay attention, please. Please, please, please.
How's it going, everybody? Jackson Hinkle here.
I'm doing great. Thank you, Jackson Hinkle. I'm doing fantastic. Thanks to you. I'm fine and dandy now. I wasn't as great, but this announcement has made my day. Oh my gosh. Okay. You ready?
In Chicago, proud to announce the launch of the American Communist Party.
Oh my god. I'm so enrolling into the American Communist Party. Even though I'm not American. Listen. I cannot believe that this piece of important news has been overshadowed by some marginal happenings in American electoral politics, by Biden stepping down from, this is the important stuff. Like, history is being made on our very... I'm so glad I can be the first person to sort of bring these news to you, to my audience.
The working class of this country have been deceived.
True. deceived by the Bidens and the Trumps, by the charlatans. But Jackson Hinkle, that definitely never lies, definitely never distorts the truth. Jackson Hinkle, that is definitely not a sellout. Definitely not, you know, on Putin's payroll, on Assad's payroll. Whatever. Let's just watch this. Oh my goodness.
Lied to and abandoned by the establishment.
True. Jackson Hinkle would never lie to you.
By Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, and Greens alike. And now we are here to unite for a future that will provide a vision for the liberation of the American working class.
I want to hear Jackson Hinkle's vision for the emancipation of the working man and woman and non-binary person. I want to hear. I want to learn more. Please upload more videos. Share your vision with us. What can you tell me in brief about Jackson Hinkle? Total sellout. Lies through his teeth. Coward. He famously challenged a bunch of people to a boxing match, and when some of them agreed, he just, I don't know, decided to skip. And a Russian stooge. Well, he's also been pretty famous for defending horrible crimes in Syria. He's also been known for opposing the independence of Taiwan. You know, any horrible sort of opinion you can think of, you can safely attribute it to Jackson Hinkle, the man. You know? His values are the appearance of strength, which is very interesting considering just how much of a weak man Jackson Hinkle is. This is just laughable.
And also the freeing of America from the control of the warmongers and the corporate elite.
Freeing America from the grasp of the evil warmongers. You know, basically the warmongers that throw the US into the horrible situation, horrible role of, I don't know, coming to the aid of your allies, fulfilling your obligations. Or do we forget that actually, technically speaking, the US promised to support Ukraine? You know, the Budapest Memorandum and all that. But no, it's just warmongering. Supporting allies, not even participating directly in a war is fear-mongering now. No US troops have been sent to Ukraine. It's just aid. But that's fear, that's warmongering. That's, you know. Because of course he's referring to, first and foremost, to Ukraine. He's a Putin stooge.
At a moment like this, with the genocide going on in Gaza, we're on the verge of World War III with...
Oh, there you go. We're on the verge of World War III. He's just gonna say in Ukraine right now.
Russia and...
There you go, with Russia.
With China and with...
With China! We're now on the brink of World War III with China. Well, now that's news to me. Well, what's happening with China that places us firmly at the brink of World War III? Is it because the US stubbornly chooses to work with Taiwan?
Iran now. Now is the time to come together and fight to build something new.
Yes, now's the time to come together and abandon all of our allies to their fates. It's to relinquish. It's time to come together and completely destroy the US reputation on the world stage, completely make US to be an unreliable ally, just disgrace the US on an international scale. Let's do it together. Let's come together and do this. That's a ticket that will ensure the success of the United States in our, global united thing. That's gonna be great.
More details and announcements regarding this party.
I cannot wait for more details and announcements from the American Communist Party. Mind you, he'd rather see Ukraine get conquered by Russia. Well, that would basically be. I mean, what do you think would happen if the US decided to just cut off all aid and completely withdraw from Ukraine?
Very soon, but be sure to follow at ACP Maine on Twitter. So
we have to go to their page. They have a page? Oof, they have a Twitter. We have to go to that Twitter. It's time. It's time for some serious exploration. We're supposed to be talking about Biden and Trump. Now there are more important topics than Biden and Trump. There are more important topics than the presidential election of the US. We are all communists here, and therefore we must explore the newly born American Communist Party. Actually, Communist Party? Of course. Are you doubting?
Beautiful. We have that. Lots of new content, videos, and a declaration.
Amazing! We're gonna check it out now. We're gonna check out all that wonderful, wonderful content.
Of the launching of this party.
Wow.
Check it out. You will not be disappointed.
I know. Oh, I know. I won't be disappointed. Let's check it out. That is one truthful statement that has been made in this video. I will not be disappointed. Let's just, without further ado, let's check it out. This is some news, isn't it? This is some news. Okay, let's American ACP Maine, American Communist Party. Not followed by anyone you're following. No way. No, should I follow the American Communist Party? Is a true communist? Write in the chat if you want me to follow the American Communist Party. Wow. Declaration of the American Communist Party. Does following them put you or account in the radar of bad people? I doubt it. I don't know. Okay, we're reading the Declaration of the American Communist Party. What's the first page? Is this the first page? Declaration of the American Communist Party. As drafted by the Plenary Council for the American Communist Party. I'm so excited, I cannot even hide it. I am so excited that I cannot even hide it. History has shown repeatedly that the real basis of a communist party lies not only in its ideas, doctrines, or programs. The united mission that fastens its bonds of association is defined by the common development of history itself and acquires reality only in the concrete practical contributions made by it thereof. It is therefore evident that in a given country there can only exist one communist party, and so far as a given country can only have one history. In the history of the United States of America, that party is the Communist Party USA. But when, in the course of events, a Communist Party proves itself to be incapable of meeting a new development of history, it evidently must be reconstituted in exact proportion to the necessities of meeting that same development. For a Communist Party cannot have a strictly a posteriori historical existence. As the party of the living proletariat, its continued historical existence depends upon and can be wrought only from the active and living relation to the flame of history. Where a communist party, hitherto legitimately established, ceases to possess this relation, its bonds of association, forged in the glorious fires of past historical struggle, become liquefied. It then becomes necessary, according to the very laws of history, laws of history, for its authority to be founded anew, however abruptly in contravention of its hitherto form, on the basis of rediscovering its original common mission. My goodness. So many words, and yet saying so little. This whole part said so much while basically saying nothing. Oh, we must restructure. Basically, there we go. We must do restructuring. The laws of history demand it. A decent respect for the opinions of the international communist movement and the sacred history of the party itself requires that such an authority declares the causes which impel it to emerge so abruptly. Amazing. Marxism-Leninism is not a doctrine born of pure thought, but real historical practice. The wisdom of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao finds its basis not in the detached elucidations of the intellect, but in the union between thought and its real practical premises. The synthesis of Marxism-Leninism is based not in the opinions of this or that individual, but in real contributions to the development of history. Again, so many words, so little substance. From the vantage point of such an outlook, an opinion, theory, or even ideology cannot suffice to serve as the foundation of a communist party. It likewise follows that a communist party cannot be reconstituted purely on the basis of differences in opinion, theory, or ideology. Indeed, a vicious cycle of sectarianism, having its basis in this individualist folly, has dealt great damage to the communist movement. I knew I would not be disappointed. Let us continue. Show some respect. A new movement is being born. And you know what? Sooner or later, this movement, this new American Communist Party, will be the dominating force in US politics. You mark my words. You mark my words. These are very wise words, and you should be listening to them. You should be listening to them. I mean, you are. I'm reading it out loud, so you have no choice. Since you're here, you have no choice but to listen. However, careless, nihilistic, and opportunistic indifference to the unifying premises of a communist party have done equal, if not far greater damage. It suffices to recall the circumstances surrounding the dissolution of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, where the pure formalism of convention eclipsed any trace of sincere conviction among cadres. It was precisely indifference to these unifying premises that led to the liquidation of the Communist Party USA in 1944, which survives in name today only because the principled communists had the courage to reconstitute it on a renewed basis. That these premises are not based in the pure thoughts of this or that individual does not render them non-existent. They are based in the synthesis of thought and practice and insight united in actuality with the common historical existence of a given country, which could not possibly confine itself to the conceit of an individual. It therefore follows that only the conventions born of a communist party which yields results are sacred. Only those conventions which are born not of pure dogmatic conceit, but real, practical necessity from the perspective of history, are regarded by the Marxist-Leninist outlook as inviolable. Let's continue. I have 4 pages. Is this the second page? I think so, yes. The great wisdom of communist leaders, hardened by decades of experience of struggle, has long dictated that the formal authority of a party long established should not be reconstituted for light and transient causes. In usual circumstances, such a formal authority can be petitioned with disagreements of a genuine historical basis. The Jackson Hinkle is the co-creator of this. The famous Jackson Hinkle that has spoken to the UN about Ukrainian terrorism that will cause World War III. Amazing. Amazingly serious. The procedures of democratic centralism while establishing a unity of action, permit the possibility that a party can remain responsive to new changes in history, even if it has pursued an erroneous path. But when a long train of abuse, corruption, and usurpations of this procedure render the party inept and unresponsive before history, disgracing it in procedural operational reality to the status of a communist party in a name only, it becomes both historically and practically necessary that the authority of the Communist Party be reconstituted on a fresh basis. Such has been the patient sufferance of cadres and clubs under the so-called leadership of the Communist Party USA, and such is now the necessity which forces them to reconstitute the Communist Party. That the Communist Party USA has failed to acknowledge the unprecedented historical challenges facing the American people, following evidently from the fact that the development of the American nation has objectively entered into contradiction with the form of the United States of America itself, which has failed to contain the heightened political polarizations ravaging it from within. The Communist Party USA has become defunct and usurped by interests contrary to its historical existence, is only a logical extension of the defunctness and general usurpation of the United States itself by those same interests. Yeah, because as we all know, the communist movement has always been, since its inception, very, very popular, not to mention powerful in the US, right? We all know that communism as a concept is one of the, if not the most popular in the US. We all know that the greatest compliment that you can give a person to in the US is, hey, you're okay. You're a communist. Isn't that right? Isn't that like the greatest thing you can tell somebody in the US? You're a communist. That means you're okay. I bet that's it. I bet that's the case. I'm no American, but I have a feeling that's how it is. The corruption of the Communist Party USA was itself born out of this crisis, under whose pretext successive ruling cliques have time and time again attempted to liquidate the party itself. The history of the present illegitimate clique, which has hitherto usurped the name. We back? We are back. Perfect. I can continue. No, nothing and nobody and nothing can stop me from reading this manifesto till the end. Nothing can. Even stream got tired of listening to this. No, we're not done. We're not done. Listen, okay, you can end this. I'm gonna do a President Sunday thing. You can end this if you donate. If you donate $100, we can skip from theory. Okay, you can skip theory. Reading the important manifesto of the Communist Party America, which counts as You know, that counts as theory. And we can skip it if you pay $100, and we can go to drama, which is Biden dropping out of the race. That's drama. See? I'm like President Sunday. I have my serious theory segment. I've got my drama segment. And we could just fall asleep. You cannot fall asleep. You cannot fall asleep when such great theory is being presented to you. You're a communist, so you're just glued to the screen. I know your type. You're a communist. So of course you're gonna be glued to the screen when the name of the American Communist Party is uttered. Especially since this is a very important announcement of the birth of the American Communist Party. So don't lie to me. Don't lie to me that you're gonna go sleep. Don't even lie to me. Do not lie to me. Okay, let's continue then. Let us continue this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful document. What have I? Oh yeah. The history of the present illegitimate clique, which has hitherto usurped the name, properties, and honor of the Communist Party, consists in repeated and sustained efforts which, short of attempting to dissolve the party entirely, have rendered the organs of party association weak, inoperable, and incapable of forging political independence in the face of what is evidently an entirely new chapter of national history. To prove this, let the facts be submitted to a candid audience. To a candid audience. We're that. We're a candid audience, right? Wouldn't you describe yourselves as a pretty candid audience? Would you describe yourselves as that? I think we're a pretty candid audience. The ruling clique refuses to abide by the laws they themselves establish. Oh no. They have forbidden district committees and regional clubs any serious involvement in the decision-making processes of the party, refusing to render transparent and the activities of the National Committee when called upon to do so. Oh no. They have fully disregarded the conventionally and constitutionally mandated process of record keeping in the party's relations with other organizations, replacing official reports with informal meetings. That's not good. They have unconstitutionally liquidated the sole theoretical journal of the party, Political Affairs, while rendering the activities of the publishing house obsolete, suppressing the development of any principled outlook, and discouraging the promotion of Marxist-Leninist education, which might contradict the conclusions imposed upon them. They have replaced serious Marxist-Leninist education with eclectic seminars given from the liberal perspective, designed primarily to instill allegiance to the Democratic Party. Oh no. Oh no. What is happening? Not the Democratic Party. They have unconstitutionally, what does that even mean in this context? Unconstitutionally. Well, what constitution are they referring to? The Constitution of the United States? The Constitution of the Communist Party USA? They have unconstitutionally banned principled disagreement and alternate viewpoints contrary to their own, which contradict the democratic centralist principle of freedom of criticism, unity of action. Amazing. All right, 2 more pages. They have they have libelously dismissed all interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, which reject neoliberal ideology as fascist, in order to create the dishonest pretext to silence any criticism of the party's fruitless strategy. Make it end? Well, you can always donate. They have interfered in the autonomy of both districts and clubs secretly and unconstitutionally. Oh, they keep repeating unconstitutionally, but I have no idea what they mean by it here. I just have no clue. I have no idea what they mean when they say unconstitutionally here. Employing agents to remove particular members from offices and nominations for offices within them. Agents of the state. Oh, well, unfortunately, we'll have to suffer for this till the end. This is amazing. This is amazing. Maybe Infrared Has will also make a video. Who knows? I think he's part of the founding members. They surrendered the sacred historical archives of the Communist Party to New York University, a ruling class institution. I have to read this again. This one's the best. This one's the best yet. They surrendered the sacred historical archives of the Communist Party to New York University, a ruling class institution. I love this. I love this so much. They employed unprincipled means to obstruct the party's democratic procedures by arbitrarily prolonging the National Convention in order to unduly consolidate power. They severely limited the scope of pre-convention discussions, reducing them to an illusionary and staged charade of democracy. Yes, this is because the founding members of this thing are the champions of democracy, especially Jackson Hinkle. While silencing all discussion on the most historically prescient pressing issues, such as the party's continuing strategy of surrendering its independence to the Democratic Party as revisionist theory of fascism. They have unconstitutionally refused to report the financial status of the party. They unconstitutionally usurped any semblance of legitimate party authority during the 32nd National Convention of the Communist Party USA in what amounted to a premeditated coup d'etat, fully contravening the democratic process in order to both illegitimately consolidate power and force objectively minority opinions such as support for the Democratic Party in the midst of an unprecedented genocide in Palestine upon the whole party. They began an unprecedented campaign of ruthlessly suppressing inter-party petitions. They began on surrounding the convention, unconstitutionally banning all intra-club and intra-chapter communications, dissolving entire clubs, and expelling dozens of individuals without any trial. Trial? I didn't know parties had internal trials. That is wild. Does the Democratic Party have its own internal trials of its members? I wonder. I do. I do be wondering. I do be wondering. They began a libelous campaign to discredit the intentions and original causes of the petition movement surrounding the improper procedures of the National Convention, baselessly accusing sincere and principled communists of acting on the basis of outside organizations. They have unconstitutionally limited and coerced all remaining clubs within the party to renounce the petition movement. In every stage of these contraventions of the party's honor, the leadership has been petitioned for redress in the most sincere and reasonable terms. These repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injuries. In injuries? What? Having closed off all avenues of principled criticism both within the party and in a way that is unprecedented in the 32nd National Conventions of the party itself, in tandem with having had rendered the party historically inept for decades, the illegitimate ruling clique of the Communist Party USA has liquefied the hitherto form of the party. Thus, the possibility has emerged that the party may be reconstituted on an entirely new basis, a possibility which the present plenary committee, alongside 29 clubs of the Communist Party USA, now sees upon it in actuality. Therefore, the plenary committee of the American Communist Party, now assembled in Chicago, Illinois, solemnly declare, and in light of the present political crisis, which all but officially challenges the integrity of the United States of America itself, the reconstitution of the Communist Party USA as the American Communist Party. It's happening. It is happening. And it's very, very exciting. Boom. Last page. Who has Haz Aldin, Noah Kratchvik, Jackson Hinkle, Christopher Herali, Kyle Pettis, Henry Ahmad, Carlos Garrido, Rev Rascaris, Eddie Ligger Smith, Grayson Proutz. There we have it. A new party has been born. The American Communist Party. Let's welcome it. Let's welcome it to the fold of American politics. And let's wish it great success. Let's see all the other wonderful content that surely this party has to offer. Welcome to the future of America. Welcome. Hey. Yay. Welcome to the future of America. Let's go. I'm ready. I am so ready for the future of America. You don't even know. You don't even know. Okay, I'm ready. I am ready. Wow! Wow, this is amazing. Let's make it a bit quieter. Exciting. Woo! Spreading, the communism is spreading. The shadow of communism is, I don't know, falls upon the US. That's right. Welcome. Welcome to the future. Beautiful. I want to see the comments. I want to see the comments to this video. Free America. American Communist Party. Jackson Hinkle. A new future is coming. Jesus motorcycle. This is a historic moment for American communism. Rev Lascaris. Let's go! The flagship is here. Duty is calling. It's time to fix America. Communism is back in America. Has al-Din. I wonder if he has made any announcements about this new exciting party on his own Twitter. I am very honored to have contributed to this historic moment. For a very long time, many of us have fought tirelessly to restore the Communist Party to its historical glory. This dream has now become possible. All right. All right. Let's go. Wait, are these the only posts on the Communist Party? Are these the... Is that it? Wow. Truly a newly born party. Those are the only posts. 2 posts. Replies. There's nothing more. That's it. That's it. Let's see. Jackson Hinkle. Danabo and 6 others follow Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle followed by Ellen DeGenerate. Ravencrow, H. Pearl Davis. Pixie, Earthling, Danabo, and Timothy Milovanov. Those are the people that follow Jackson Hinkle. Then again, some of these people also follow me. I know Danabo follows me. The most important task of the American Communist Party is to put an end to factionalism and definitely cure itself of this disease. Joseph Stalin. What a wise man. Oh my goodness. Alexander, oh my gosh, Alexander Dugin. What is this? Welcome to the future of America. War criminal. It's supposed to be funny. This is so weird. Assad must go. Who must go? Yeah. This is your representative for communism in the US. Be happy. Assad, the beacon of the protection of the working man, the beacon of the proletariat. Assad. Huh. The hero of the proletariat. Calling Biden Genocide Joe while rooting for Assad. Okay, never. Whatever. Joe Rogan. Honored to speak with the youth of Donbass, Russia via teleconference yesterday. Donbass, Russia. That. What do you even say to this? Let's watch. Donbass, Russia, huh? Amazing. Amazing. Simply amazing.
Yes, so I visited the Novorossiya.
Я недавно был здесь, в Новороссии, и посмотрел все своими собственными глазами, и после этого я действительно выступал.
Oh, okay. It's just gonna be Russian over this, so I cannot understand a thing. Amazing. Added context. Donbass is a Ukrainian region illegally occupied by Russia. Donbass, Russia. That's basically all you need to know about Jackson Hinkle in a nutshell. That's basically all that you need to know. Ukraine is now erecting billboards with photos of Heinrich Himmler in front of the Nazis' SS Galicia division. Why are we sending these? Nazis are taxpayer dollars. Oh yes, those erected billboards that I've never seen when I've been in Ukraine. Just I can read the Wczoraj вони zachodni ty 80 rokів битви під wrogami. Ah, yes, the billboards. Oh, oh yeah, the staged, of course, it's all the whole Russian kids, of course, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's Jackson Hinkle. The only leader whose country is not hit by the global Microsoft IT outage. Oh yeah, of course, because you know, that's also a beacon of the proletariat. North Korea, another shining example of how communism should look in practice. Of course, of course. Good night. I'll be speaking with the Atlas Media soon about Biden, so stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for that, my dear friends. Oh boy. A bullet couldn't stop Trump. A virus stopped by that doesn't make any sense. Oh. American streets versus Russian streets. Los Angeles walk, two different worlds. The US is so horrible. Oh no. Look how horrible the US is. Look how horrible the US is. Now look how beautiful, clean, and amazing Russia is. Ah, yes. Everything's so good in Russia. Oh, amazing. Russia is so good. Russia is so... Jackson Hinkle should just permanently move there. Because it's so great. Oh yeah, of course, CIA. CIA. Of course. Well, that's enough. That's enough. There we have it. There we have it. The birth of a new Communist Party of America. So, aren't you proud to be American right now? All the Americans in my audience, aren't you proud to be American, knowing that a new glorious party has just been born? Aren't you happy? Aren't you glad and happy to be an American? Now that Infrared has and Jackson Hinkle have created the perfect communist party for you? Aren't you glad? Well, I'm looking forward. Congratulations on the formation of the birth of this groundbreaking, history-shaking party. I'll be looking forward to future success, and I'll be following this party closely. And it's, I've already started following it now in its inception, and I'll be looking forward to its continued progress and growth, which is at this point inevitable. Okay. That's a great segment, isn't it? That is a great segment. I feel like we've done it. I feel like we've done it. I feel like we've done something really good. All right. I'll be going to the toilet. And then, yeah. Be right back. Things are looking up. Finally a party that represents us internationally, not just Americans. The proletariat of the world. I feel like this chair that I'm sitting on might just fall apart at any moment. So if you see me comically falling on my ass, then that will mean the chair has fallen apart. Oh, announcement. Have we got a monster pop of panel for you tonight? Going live in half an hour. The idea was to bring together a panel to discuss the historic, unprecedented event. Biden has dropped out. Never before has the presumptive nominee done so at this stage in the campaign. Join us. We got a lot of faces. I'm gonna be in this panel. I'm gonna be on the panel. I wonder who else is gonna be on this exciting panel. Who's gonna be on the panel? I'm gonna ask. I'm not gonna spoil, but I'm gonna DM and ask. Who is Maya Atkinson? Who is Maya Atkinson? Okay, we're gonna play some games. Do you like Marvel comics? You like Marvel comics? Don't even lie to me. I know you love Marvel comics. What is Bedside Sundays? You've never touched a Marvel comics? You've never touched, you lie. You lie to me. I don't believe that you've never touched a Marvel comics. Either you lie or you've read them all, I don't know, in a digital format. Phew. I'm gonna take a break and play some intense video game until the panel. Maya Atkinson's weekly show where she looks at creationists and other science crackpots. Wow. I'm gonna be on a panel. Okay, let's go. Favorites, browse. We're gonna be playing Marvel superheroes. Okay. Estelle Cinemajig is a French speaker, I assume. So you have a choice. Either we play a Marvel game or we can play an Asterix game. Choose Asterix or Marvel. Marvel at the Marvel or defeat the tyranny of the Roman Empire. You choose. Asterix, not asterisk. Asterix. That's right. So choose. Asterix or... I vote a Marvel game personally. So we have one vote for Marvel game. Vote. Marvel versus Asterix. I go for Asterix. We'll see what the YouTube is. you go. I wonder if anybody's gonna vote. Vote. It's a tie now. So what's it gonna be? Okay, let's go for Asterix. Test game. Hoo-hoo. Is it visible on the screen? It is. Oh, Asterix is winning on YouTube as well.
Nice.
Why is it? Okay. Very short people. Oh. Is it working? Hope it's working. Who unplugged the controller? Who unplugged this? Oh, I know. I have a new cable now. Hold on. No, that cable won't work. I have to keep using this. Hold on. I'm having some technical difficulties because somebody, only my brother, has, I don't know. Unplugged my controller for some reason. And now it's not working. Oh. I guess we cannot play. Konami used to be such a good company, by the way. Okay, what? Maybe if I restart the game. I was so excited to play Asterix with all of you, but I guess... Oh wait, no, it's working now. Alright, we are playing. Alright. Okay. Asterix! Okay. Asterix beat 'em up. This is more like a, you know, our classic arcade fighting game. You used to have to go to the arcade. Also, hello, Fox. Are you new to the stream? How did you find this stream? How do you like this stream? What other streamers do you watch? And so on and so forth. Feel free to answer these questions that I ask of everybody. And if you've been here before and I simply don't remember you, then I apologize profoundly and profusely. You know? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh.
Crazy.
Crazy! These Ramans are crazy. Also consider joining the page.
Let's go. You.
Ow! Ow! Oh my gosh. Ay, ay, ay. I'm pretty sure you said something based on Twitter and I found you through that. Oh! What did I say? Oh wow. I said something based on Twitter? But I'm hardly active on Twitter. I should be more active on Twitter, it seems. If I've actually gained a viewer of Twitter, then maybe I should actually post more on Twitter. What was it about? What did I post about on Twitter? Alright. Well, you lurked a few times. A go! Hehehehe. Uh-oh.
Let's go.
15 minutes the panel begins. Exciting. Exciting stuff. Whoa. Albana. Why is this whirlwind chasing me? So what do you like and what do you dislike about the stream? Am I as based on stream as I was on Twitter? I have to do with Russia-Ukraine conflict. I don't have the Twitter hand. No. Oh yeah. Covering Ukraine is one of the main things I do. Actually, I just returned from Ukraine. And I'll be going back there again. I've been in Kyiv. I've been in Kyiv when the child hospital has been bombed. I've done some interviews. So my only complaint is that Asterix makes me irrationally upset, but that's never new. Wait, why does Asterix makes you upset? What's wrong with Asterix? Do you not like Asterix? But don't worry, just in just 15, it's less than 15 minutes now, we'll be joining a panel and discussing Biden. Biden panel. Alright. Lucy, do you know much about computers? No. The answer, of course, is absolutely not. This is why I needed to ask at least 5 other different people about what laptop I should get, etc. Was bedridden with COVID a while back and like? Oh, and you read Asterix. A bunch of Asterix movies started auto-playing on my TV. Oh, the live action movies or the animated ones? That's a big... Oh, game over. Well, then we're changing game. Now we're gonna be playing the Marvel game. Guess we're gonna do both. The panel is gonna be starting soon. I'm gonna be playing as Spider-Man. Marvel superheroes. Oh my gosh. I believe I've not had COVID before. Spider Sting. Maximum Spider. I've never caught it, yeah. Or if I have caught it, it was symptomless. There are only these 2 possibilities. I've either never caught it or it's been symptomless. Only these 2 possibilities exist in the world of possibilities. Ooh, Maximum Spider did not work. One for JJ. J. Jonah Jameson. I hear they're looking for people at the local at the clown college. Damn. Burn. Burn. Let's go, bub. Yahweh. Magic being real is better than superhero being real. Because if magic was real, I'll be able to learn it, and if superheroes were real, I'd probably not be at through probability alone. You know? Spider sting. Oh. Real claw. It's actually drill claw, not real claw, but whatever. Tornado claw. And other claws. All those other claws out there. Boom! Maximalism, spiderism. It's almost time. It's almost time for the panel thing. Do you know this amazing squid-like Marvel character? President Sunday Marvel character? Look, it's President Sunday Marvel character. Shuma Gorath. Biblically accurate. True. I'm gonna be debating. I'm gonna be discussing Biden in the panel. The Eastern European expert. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait, no. Oh, this is my chance. Nobody can take me down. I am intakeable. Mind fire skull. Oh no. Spider sting. Web swing. That's true. I have. We're gonna be discussing and falling out, and we're gonna be discussing Kamala Harris. Maybe we'll be discussing who will be Kamala Harris VP. So much to talk about. Let's face it, I've already talked about the most important topic today. Jackson Hinkle's Communist Party of America. That's the real news. That's some boring presidential exercise. Okay, that's enough games. Enough games. Now I wanna see if the panel has started. Riverboat Jack, emergency stream. Everybody made an emergency stream today. Every single streamer has made an emergency stream today. Every single one. Name me a streamer, they've made an emergency stream. Do it. Do it now. Write a streamer name in the chat and I'll tell you if they've done an emergency stream. Do it. Do it. I dare you. I double dare you. I triple quadruple dare you. Demon Mama did a stream. I think Demon Mama is actually still streaming right now. Lucy Haze. I'm not sure if I would call. That wasn't. I'm not sure if I did an emergency stream. I plan to stream anyway. I did plan to stream today, regardless. I don't count. Plus, I'm not a streamer of note. It's almost time. Biden quits race. What now? 10 viewers are waiting. 10 viewers are waiting for the stream. So more viewers are waiting for this stream than are watching me right now. Which makes me sad. You said you would stream yesterday. Yeah, but I was very, very tired. Apologies. Apologies. I was very, very tired. From things I had to do. Vosh had like 14,000 people watching the stream, by the way. Like Vosh had like 14,000 people watching. That is wild numbers. Okay, I'm gonna jump in. Hold on. Where's the Dia de las? Hold on, have to find it. Bring me in. Who is looking history? I'm in.
The news finally remembered LBJ.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been hearing about LBJ for weeks.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Everybody's saying, you know, oh, there's no precedent for this. I'm going, 68 LBJ? Come on, dudes.
Hello,
I will
hello.
not seek
Hold on.
and I will not accept.
Have to.
What is your
nomination
complaint
of my
now?
party.
Have to do a thing now. Have to do a thing where
Well,
I.
there's no good precedent for this. Maybe that's what they mean.
I'm the good president for this.
There's no precedent for
The
big turkey
non-American Slav president.
I would vote for you, Lucy, if we had that option. Unfortunately,
Thank you.
we don't have a lot of good options.
Have just returned from Ukraine as well.
Where did you go?
I've been in Kiev again.
Oh wow. How's that?
It's. I assumed it was super safe.
Really?
Till recent.
I would not have assumed that.
I mean, I've been there 3 times now. That's been my third trip.
Okay.
And usually the anti-air just shoots everything down that comes Kiev's way, but this one time it didn't, and the children.
You were there for the. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh my God.
I heard like basically the thing was like I've promised someone that I just go to the corridor every single time there will be an air siren, right? And that day there's been a lot of air sirens, and I've been like, I know I promised, but it feels like I'm becoming a dweller of the corridor, you know? And Kiev feels fairly safe. And then minutes later, I heard like something fly by and an explosion.
Oh my god.
It's
Where do you stay when you're there usually?
some hostels, sometimes with people.
Do
Hey man, sorry.
you safe? But yeah, that's horrible that you had to be there during that time. Actually, one of my friends was in Akumadit at
All
the
right.
time.
Good evening, everybody. How are we all tonight?
Well, great.
Doing well.
Yes. So, this has been a kind of historic day. To the best of my knowledge, that I tried racking my brain and searching my old American history textbooks all day, I don't think there's another example of a nominee at this stage of the race. Presumptive nominee dropping out. And Biden dropped out today. So I want to thank everyone here tonight, all of our guests who so kindly showed up as I scrambled to assemble a panel to talk about this. So why don't we go and you go ahead and introduce yourself and advertise your channels to get started. I am Daedalus Media, co-host of Two Guys Talking History. Up next to me is Lucy Haze. Go ahead.
Hello, Lucy Haze, biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer. And yes, I do politics, history, and games. I mainly talk about the war in Ukraine. It's true. It's true and real.
And Maya?
Hi, my name is Maya Adkison. I host, I have a channel with my name, Maya Adkison, every Sunday, usually. This week we're on a hiatus, but generally 9:30 to 11:30 Central every Sunday. I host a show called Bad Science Sunday, where we take a comedic approach to dismissing and dismantling bad science takes on the internet. So like and subscribe, and I hope to see you there next week.
Steph?
Hi, I'm Stephanie Helms, and whenever I've been on Bad Science Sunday, I always bring the elephant in the room. So I'm got my elephant for the room for this evening. I have my own little channel called Steffi Cat. I just ramble on about sailing and sailmaking and politics and this, that, and the other thing. And I, together with Bree McCune, Amber Belrad, and Carly Chardonnay Webb, we launched a new channel called The Transpositions on, it's Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or 0 Friday, 0 Zulu, 0 UTC. And we do that weekly on Thursdays. Fridays for anybody who's... Yeah, that's what...
All right. Commander?
I'm Lance McMillan. I'm a retired U.S. Navy commander. I don't have a channel. For some reason, people seem to think I have something to say, so they invite me to talk on their channels. Lord knows why.
Well, you're quite fun, that's why.
Okay.
And Hetman, if you want to introduce yourself as well.
So I am Hetman, and if you're some of you are not aware, I am the co-host of Two Guys Talking History, and I am definitely not the brains behind the channel, but I am very honored to be able to take part in it.
Well, all right. I think that wraps that part up. So I guess the first question to talk about is, did anybody really expect this to happen? Because I'll be honest, I didn't.
I thought it was a possibility.
I did too. I didn't expect it to happen, and honestly, when I heard it did, I was pretty surprised.
Sorry.
No, no, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I was shocked when I heard about it, but also every single day this week, I was hearing, another Democrat coming out against him. I was hearing about donors pulling out. It was relentless, and I was seriously concerned about whether or not he'd be able to hold out until the nomination. So I don't know.
I started thinking that it was a real possibility that he would, in fact, it's obviously been on the table and the subject of conversation for 2 weeks, and a relentless push from the mainstream press that just reporting to this person, that person, the other person. We don't know the sourcing of the stories, whether some of this stuff is all kinds of weird. Ultimately, it was going to be Biden's decision. Is what I kept telling people. Like, look, you can argue that maybe he should get out, but the most important thing is going to be, how do we keep fascism from coming to America, wrapped in the flag and carrying a Bible? And I think Biden was smart enough to know that, and I think that COVID convinced him that his age and his ability to actually lead a successful effort to keep fascism off of these shores was just something he couldn't do. And I think he made the right decision, and I think it happened in exactly the best possible way for it to have happened. Because it's not going to be a floor fight on the Democratic convention floor in Chicago like we saw in '68. Other shit going on in '68, but it's going to give us time to really sit and reflect how we keep Trump and MAGA out of power.
Yeah, I think part of it was that American politics by design moves slowly, and the Democrats especially are reluctant to ever engage in a unexpected course of events, at least recently for the past 20, 30 years. So I didn't necessarily believe it was going to happen because it would be unprecedented, and there wasn't a kind of way to kind of foresee what might happen. And I'll be honest, after the news broke today, I kind of turned on The West Wing to be my comfort blanket. Watched a couple episodes of that because there's a certain surety that you kind of get used to in Democratic politics.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not there anymore. Like today's kind of been crazy. Everyone's going, well, who's the nominee going to be? Oh, it's Harris. It's definitely Harris. And I think that's a good question.
That is a good question.
Can Kamala Harris become the nominee? Can she kind of just waltz in there? She's already taken over the war chest as of a couple hours ago, and it's a substantial one.
I was just about to say $96 million says she's the nominee.
There's also the fact that a lot of other people have coalesced around her very, very quickly. Higher ups within the party.
Oh,
So I think that bodes well for no inter-DNC feuding over who gets the nod.
What do you guys think your prospects are with this change happening in the way it did, it's such a disruption, and I worry about it sort of going forward. What are her prospects? And is it possible maybe that she won't be? And if she's not, who do you all think is going to be chosen if in the event that she's not? Who are the viable candidates?
Everybody's been saying that if you don't have Biden, you have Harris, or you have fascism. I don't know how you. Nobody has been. Nobody has a campaign together. Nobody has gotten the funds together. How do you amass that much money? This is the amount of money that's been needed to move forward and get this momentum, and then to rally everybody behind that from scratch. I mean,
that's
after
kind
the
of
primaries, because we're talking about this is truly unprecedented because it makes the most sense for her because her name is on the ticket, which means that not only does she's been the one campaigning with Biden, she is the one whose name is already on the ticket. She is the one that already has the momentum at her back. When you talk about replacing her with somebody else, you have to understand that a lot of the Republican states are going to, even just having her on there, a lot of Republican states are already going to try to sue to keep, and they've already said this. A couple of AGs in red states have already said, oh no, we don't want to, we couldn't possibly change the name on the ballot, way too late for that, or, we're going to sue because, and then you're talking about different states that have, depending on what their state constitution says about electors and how they have to vote. We're already done with the primaries. You're going to say, even if it's somebody that's really popular, let's say Gavin Newsom, nobody's voted for this man. They have ostensibly voted for Harris. It's really hard to say that anybody else has a claim at this
point. I think
point.
part of the issue is a lot of the potential rivals, the most likely ones, have already come out and said they're behind Harris. So they're not.
Right.
Buttigieg is a
If
perfect
you
case in point.
Buttigieg, Newsom, yeah.
I'm pretty
And
sure
the fact that Nikki Haley, a Republican, came out and endorsed Harris.
In addition,
all of the electors in Tennessee.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, all the electors in Tennessee, all the electors in North Carolina. There was another purple state red or purple state that came out where they were we're behind her. But that's because their people have ostensibly voted for her.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know how you get them behind somebody nobody's voted for. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Lucy.
Pretty sure at least a few prominent Democrats have been a bit more aggressive about Kamala Harris, basically saying if Biden steps down, then if it's not Kamala Harris, then good luck. I'm basically not gonna be supporting this. I'm pretty sure that I'm blanking out on the names, but I'm pretty sure something like that has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
I agree completely with everything Maya just said. It's first of all, it's going to be a kick in the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
The millions of Democratic voters who have gone to the polls and with Harris's name on the ticket to say, there's nobody else that mounted a challenge, and for somebody else to mount a challenge at this point, so it flies in the face of the prize that's at stake, and both the prize and the peril that's at stake this year. I can't see how anybody could jump in at this point in time and not look like a heel.
And what does this about the future?
Realistically, does anybody have a chance of pushing her aside? And I think that's important because since it's unlikely, at least in my opinion, it is, anybody who does challenge her is basically putting themselves in a position where there's no chance in hell they're going to get anything in a a Democratic victory as a seat on the cabinet or something. So it's in everybody's best interest to very quickly get behind her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean, it also talks about like the future of our electoral politics. What does it say about the future where I can run like this campaign, and I can I can get most of the votes, and then all of a sudden Joe Blow can just swoop in and be like, oh well, I want all the delegates. I mean, are we setting a precedent for that?
I don't think so. The party has always been a private institution and can set its own rules, so they can really quickly get together and crack some skulls and say no. Like chats going on about Joe Manchin, and I have a sneaking suspicion that someone's about to go sit on Joe Manchin for 4 weeks. I was like, you're barely in this party anymore to begin with. If you open your mouth, we will cast you out into the cold.
Well, there's some backers that are trying to throw money at him to run.
I'm sure there are.
Challenge. I'm sorry.
I'm sure there are. There's always somebody who hasn't gotten with the program yet.
Oh, I
But I think to go back to something Stephanie said, hang on, go ahead, Lucy. Then we'll go back to what Stephanie said.
I feel like there's this dynamic also that sort of transferred from the presidency itself to the election, that this dynamic between Biden and Kamala Harris, that basically it's her job to replace him should he not be able to do things anymore as the vice president. So she's basically fulfilling this role in the election of the vice president. He can't run anymore, so I step in as the person who's supposed to replace him. Should he
Yeah, no, I said that in. Sorry. I said that in Times chat earlier, and I think, Commander, you read my comment where I was like, she's the heir apparent. Like, should the president not be able to fill his duties, this is the person that we've all agreed will step into that role. And so I think you really do risk. I mean, Black voters and a lot of women have already, like what you were saying earlier, and I was agreeing with about people always saying it's Harris or bust, is those people who are like, this is a kick in her teeth. Like it's a smack in the face to women and black people that you wouldn't trust her with this, given her position. It really does put us into chaos. I don't know how the Democrat Party survives not just going with her.
Well, there's a presumption that she can do the job. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, yes, and it's also a question of the fact that there's already a campaign, right? It's like the Biden-Harris campaign hasn't been sitting around with their thumbs up there wherever. That they've been working, and the campaign is focused on the successes of the Biden administration, and they are considerable given the situation that they're presented with. Biden's been tremendously effective for a guy with a slim, a paper thin majority in the House of Representatives in the first 2 years of his administration, a paper thin majority of Republicans in the second 2 years, and a paper thin majority of the Senate. And the amount of stuff that has been accomplished is a serious point that the Democrats were planning on placing before the American people, aside from the obvious fear factor of allowing a truly fascist movement to end elections forever in the United States of America. And I'm not. Yeah. Well, I know that sounds a little hyperbolic, but it's not.
No, it isn't.
Read Project 2025. They mean every single word that they wrote in that document. 900 pages. And
Trump had nothing to do with that document. None at all.
It's the entire Republican Party. It's Mike Johnson. It's Vance. It's all of them are all in on a program that kind of is reminiscent of 1932 in a certain Central European nation. So
Well, the problem I have with this argument, and I don't disagree with the premise. The problem I have with making this argument is if Trump is a threat to democracy, and he is, there are people whose job it is to prevent that from being a thing, and to kind of cast that to the voters. It's a bad argument because it's not strictly speaking my job to protect the integrity of the Constitution as a voter. It's very much the job of those people who say,
Who are
well,
those
we
people?
take an oath. Yes,
Who are those
that's
people?
part of the problem. We are now in unprecedented waters. And it should have been the Supreme Court. And it should have been them saying, yes, the 14th Amendment is crystal clear. Trump started an insurrection. Poof, gone. He cannot be on a ballot. He cannot serve for federal office. It should have been that.
When 6 of 9 are convinced that no, he needs to be made king for life.
The Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court, and it's all you need is 5 justices to say this is where we're going to go, and all of a sudden that's the law of the land, and obviously we can look back to Andy Jackson, basically saying, well, John Marshall's made his decision, now let him enforce it, and basically, wow, screw you, pal.
Yeah.
But
the entire problem.
But the other thing is, it may not be the public's job to keep the republic. But Ben Franklin quite famously said, in answer to a question, "What have you given us? A republic, madam, if you can keep it." So in fact, it is our job. Ultimately.
But the problem is that I don't have statutory power to go up and arrest Trump, and I guarantee you that if I tried, I would have a very short run of it. So, it is like,
not that he's my favorite president by far, way down near the bottom of the list, but Jackson famously said of one of the rulings that came out of the court that justices have ruled, now let them enforce their ruling. And he basically flipped them all off and said, we're going to do it my way. I don't give a damn what you want.
And the ruling in question happened to be, what's its name?
Yep.
What's its name?
Led to the Trail of Tears is what it did.
The Georgia, which was all about ejecting the native tribes out of basically.
But that's my point, is that at some point, but that's my point, is that at some juncture, you could have a president who just says, I'm not going to pay any attention with the Supreme Court rules. The trouble is, we all know that it's far more likely that the person who would do that is on the right side of the aisle than the left side of the aisle, because one side has principles and the other doesn't.
No, Reagan was told to do that. He just didn't have the votes to do it with Roe.
Yep.
Well, this is actually rather interesting because it's reminiscent of the court packing threat that Roosevelt brought forward in trying to get the policies of the New Deal enacted, and it was basically a threat. Roosevelt was threatening the Supreme Court. This is what I'm going to do, and there was a big public brouhaha, but the court itself got scared and they backed off and said, "Yeah, well, okay."
Roosevelt
I don't think
had the means to do it, though. I don't know that
Biden doesn't have enough.
Yeah.
Doesn't have enough oomph for it.
Yeah.
Well, the court has already said that what the president did is, it's perfectly legal. He can walk into the Supreme Court and shoot 6 justices tomorrow, and he can't be held accountable. He's the president, for God's sakes.
It's an official, as long as it's an official act. So he has to walk in there, go officially, bang, bang,
Exactly.
etc.
You have to say officially, otherwise it doesn't count.
Oh, Brooks is back.
Brooks. That I think
Brooks is here.
I think is really a possibility.
No, come back.
I guess to me, the more important question from who the nominee will be is, what chances do they have of beating Trump when compared to Biden?
That's a good question.
Before we go on to that,
I'm sorry.
Hi, Brooks. How are you
doing, man?
Oh Jesus, why do I have you so loud?
I have a brand new audio setup, so that would probably be from that.
Hello.
Okay.
And I'm apologizing in advance for any other wonkiness, just in general. I had to rebuild my computer. It's a long story. It's been a long few days for
It's
Brooks.
been a long for all of us.
Mm,
I'm sorry. It's just been
accurate.
Monday, hasn't it? Shit.
It has been one long, like 4,200 day. But yeah, how you doing? I guess we're talking about the big news. What's
The
the big news?
likelihood
What
of
happened?
any other Democrat beating Trump right now.
Well, everyone else has a better shot than Biden. The polls and the way that they sort of have spoken to this, it's been confusing to look because the way that you sort of start noticing is that the numbers sort of for both sides go down when you start comparing Trump against Kamala, for example. A poll, I want to say 2 weeks ago that was done, did kind of everybody. And Biden had the highest percent against Trump having the highest percent. But with everyone else, you actually see that the undecided voters actually increase significantly. There's a good chunk of people who are voting for Trump who become undecideds very quickly when it's Kamala or Pritzker or anyone else.
That is a very key element that very underobserved, I think, generally element is that when you do put somebody else, when it's Biden, Trump, everybody's just basically. When it's Trump, mystery Dem, Kamala, whoever, the Republican undecideds go up a lot.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is, I don't think anyone seriously considered the question before. So you can get on a person on the phone and ask them, well, what if Kamala Harris ran against him or Gavin Newsom ran against Trump? And they might say whatever or give a blanket answer because it's not likely to happen but until today. And now when they take the question again this coming week, it might be a dramatically different thing.
Well,
also,
right now the age topic is becoming reversed. There's a brand new young candidate fighting against, I think, the oldest nominee in history.
Yes.
I did.
I
don't think that has traction.
No.
I mean, it had traction with Biden.
Different game.
It will have traction for certain with Trump. Let's say Kamala is the nominee, who probably is the most likely in some capacity to be on the ticket. You're talking about a 20-plus year difference that very clearly comes out in how they speak, how they talk, what they're aware of, and it hits differently. It hits very different.
I would contend that. Go ahead.
I put a very short clip, just that clip of John F. saying, "Let the world go. Let the word go forth, all the nations, that the torch has been passed to a new generation." Goes on to say, "Born in this century," which was first president elected that was born in the 20th century. We're not quite to that stage, but it literally is a passing of the torch. We've been living with this is the first election since 1976 when someone other than a Bush, a Clinton, or a Biden has been on the fucking ticket. Think about that, 1976. So
well, and also we have only candidates who also, and nothing against people who are going to have this memory, but people don't remember where they were when JFK was shot, for example. Like, it's a completely different understanding of the world once you start talking about someone who's under the age of 60 and what they see, what they care about, and how they sort of view foreign policy, for example. We know Kamala's been very much
59, right?
She's been pushing Biden hard. She's just shy of 60, but that puts her in that age range.
Yeah.
What do you got, Hetman?
I'm just listening, and actually during this time I've been looking up the Project 2025 because I was, I guess, shielding myself from what this actually is. So
it's a wish list from the most terrible people who have ever lived. It's also very long. I don't think you're going to finish it in this stream.
I'm just afraid that many topics on which people vote are emotions based. Like I've seen many people
100%.
I've seen many people
Well, the thing about
express sort of sentiments like, "Oh, I really don't like Donald Trump. I don't want to vote for him, but I will vote for him because the evil immigrants are coming from the southern border and Trump wants to do something about it."
Yeah, but all of those accounts are probably going, oh, also, we want to build a warm water port in Texas. So,
No,
they're just Russians.
it's no. I'm not talking about random Twitter comments about. I'm talking about real life people saying that.
No, yeah, it's really big, especially with millennials. Just saying, well, I'm not really excited about Biden, which pisses me off. I don't understand what that has to do with the price of tea in China.
Like,
Because excitement is what gets people to vote.
People quoted in articles saying.
Yeah, but yeah, I think that's her point.
Yeah,
I think the excitement factor is very much about getting people to go, like, why do I want to go out and vote? It's kind of a pain in the ass, etc. Like, Colorado's great about this, by the way. Colorado just shuffles ballots to people and has them drop it off. But everywhere else where you usually have to go to someplace and they don't have mail-in by default, it's kind of a thing. And that, like, why should I go do this? And this media barrage that Biden suffers from, where it's like, what has Biden done for you? And the answer is a lot, actually.
Yeah.
But you don't hear about that. So that creates this negative feedback loop for Biden. And that's where I think that comes from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and going back to the whole age issue, I contend that what this really was, because it never really was being talked about until the debate. And then suddenly that was that wet spaghetti noodle that the GOP threw against the wall that stuck. And so they kept hammering on it. And I think that's a major part of what's going on is the disruption of changing the candidate. The GOP now has to find a whole new raft of ideas to throw against the wall to defame Harris.
You have to remember,
It definitely wasn't just GOP. Like
Yeah.
it was a lot of us, and it's
Yeah.
not just a lot of us then. It was people
who
for
bought
months,
into
if
the
not
message
years.
being pushed by the GOP.
No,
That's the issue. Absolutely.
no.
It was a big, okay, it was really big, especially on the left for millennials before the debate. MSN and was it the Heritage Foundation or what was the other one?
Really that
yeah,
simple-minded that
started,
they vote for the fascist over the old man?
Yeah.
No. People just won't vote. There's a difference.
Which is the same
There's a
fucking
difference.
thing.
No, it's not.
Well,
Absolutely
I mean, it is though.
Not quite.
Well, it is in the result, but it's not in the action nor in the way that people behave or what impassions them
It's
to do
the
the
only
things they
thing
do.
that matters is the result.
From a purely
I
pragmatic
mean, if you
standpoint,
jump
I
in front of a
agree.
car or if you don't move from in front of a moving car, I mean,
Same thing.
right.
Sure, but when we're talking about what causes people to be motivated to vote and how votes are actually won and how people win presidencies, it isn't won through pragmatism. It isn't won through appealing to some sort of light economic policy. It's won through impassioned voters who show up.
Yeah.
There's a reason the Republicans have won my entire life, and it's abortion and guns. Like, that's it. It's fucking women over. I hate homosexuals. I hate trans people. They impassion their voters. Dems have failed my entire life to give us a single reason to go. We go because we care. Those of us who care go. But there's not a lot of us in terms of that. There's people who they show up because it's kind of their duty to. And that number's ticking up as people get scared on our side, and it's whatever it is. But the actual driving to the polls, it's a nightmare to do. There's a reason midterms, for example, always go Republicans' way. That, like, this is one of those things that it's just better to be impassioned.
No, it's about those
not the
snappy,
one.
quick,
It depends on the
emotional
state.
appeals, right?
I mean, we owe abortion for
Like,
the last one too.
I would add to the list, of course, immigrants, refugees, which seems to be a topic across the board with populist governments, not just in the US but all over the world. It seems to be a very big
Xenophobia is really hot button.
Yeah.
Let me just say that people tend to underestimate the power of sheer, unadulterated, visceral hate in motivating people to do things politically.
Oh no, it's the Norm Macdonald line. People hated Hillary so much they voted for someone they hated more.
Well, yeah, and you know, it is irrational. I think people, when you look at politics, it's an irrational game, and people who are successful about it, people who are successful in it, you can't just entirely throw away policy. The Heritage Foundation spent 900 pages developing policy, but that's not how they're going to close the deal. The way they're going to close the deal is by incorporating into that policy that visceral hatred of the pick your target. And I won't enumerate them in the phrases that they wish they could use but can't. You know, and I do think that this is an opportunity for Democrats to buy into, well, do you hate fascism? Do you hate this? Can you see a way clear? Do you love your country? Do you want to keep these democratic institutions alive? Because this is what you're about to lose, and that's the kind of fear that could motivate people to get off their ass and do something.
That's actually what I wanted to bring up to all of you, and I actually want to get your opinions on it.
I'm actually a bit worried about this because too many people fear of like, oh, this president is openly fascistic, will take away democracy. It all feels very abstract, but sort of slogans such as these people will come and steal your job, these people will come and commit crime and, I don't know, kill you, these people will do this to you, that to you, and I as a candidate will just stop this from happening, sort of hits home for many people more than if you will let this person win, then they will do away with democracy and freedom, you know?
That's my... So regarding like the issue with refugees and immigrants, like that rhetoric is not new. It didn't start with Trump. No,
it didn't.
Yeah,
and it's very international as well. It's very prominent in
yeah.
Europe.
Here's my honest.
Hate loses specifically and always to seeing your interests represented in the people who you're able to vote for. That's it. That's all it takes for anyone to win.
100%, and that's what they're not seeing. You even have sections of populations which, and I can give like maybe Chicago, you know, where I'm from as an example. You have a lot of like really angry people within the African American community of Chicago, because the local city government has enacted a lot of policies towards migrants coming in the city, and they feel like they're being left out. They don't see any benefit from the people that they elected, and they're actually turning more right. So you have these issues already.
Yeah. I mean, but this is kind of the fun part. The next 5 weeks and really the next 4-ish months until we hit November, the ability for anyone to put pressure on whoever the fuck this person's going to be is going to be very different than if it was Biden. The ability to place pressure politically on whoever this person is, and that includes Kamala Harris, by the way, the pressure can be insurmountable. And there's a lot of potential because there's going to be shakeups in the DNC power structure necessarily. Obama doesn't have the hold that he did once Biden's out. He may have some cachet with Harris, but you're talking about an entire switchover of a lot of the power infrastructure. So there's a lot of opportunity, not just at the national level, but as the local level, to begin pushing for smaller policies, changes here, different pushes for maybe even work with Israel. Because as we know, Kamala pushed for certain things that I tend to think they need to go a lot further with. But hey, minor changes are minor changes. Changes are changes.
Well,
our ability to push is going to be extraordinary over the next few months to get more than we want. And as we do that, we actually create a political candidate that other people can find their interest in. It's kind of how politics works. You get involved, you make changes, and other people see change, and then they go, "Oh fuck," and then they do it too, and it kind of grows from there. It's a cool thing. It's called politics.
Not only that, we have an opportunity now to shape the politics for the next 8 years, 12 years. And we haven't had that opportunity. Maybe the last opportunity we had was when Bernie was running against Hillary, right? And a lot of people bought into that, and that was the thing that got everybody excited about Bernie's campaign. And again, I almost included the 2016 election where you had where you had two strong candidates from different portions of the Democratic Party, Hillary being the representative of the party as it's been since kind of the Joe Biden wing of the party, just the centrist, ending welfare as we know it, that kind of bullshit. And this other wing of the party that's saying, "Hey, look we need to focus on our roots, and our roots are in the New Deal. Our roots are taking things like let's
national health care,
and
all of this is predicated on participation.
Rural electrification would be rural internetification.
And exactly what you're saying, Daedalus, it depends on participation.
Yeah.
This is where Bernie's campaign, and I campaigned for Bernie. I door knocked for Bernie. I did shit. I really care. I love that shit. His campaign failed because it made him a celebrity. It made it about him. And he hated this very much. He would talk to groups. He would go, no. When I'm elected, that's when the work starts. He didn't say it like this, but you fucking people got to realize that you're not doing the work now. It's later. And as soon as he wasn't elected, a lot of people who were Bernie or bust fucked off and didn't do anything afterwards, which made me think that if Bernie did win, they would have done the same fucking thing. So
that was my always principal objection to Bernie is
too many people buy into the great man of history thing in this country.
100%.
Yeah, and that's a disease that needs to be cured.
Well, everybody's looking for a savior. Everybody wants to know, who's going to do my work for me so I can get back to my cat videos. Nobody actually wants to put the work into doing it themselves. And I keep telling people, I'm like, no, your vote is the minimum. You have to get somebody in that's willing to listen to you. And then you have to talk to them. And
the hero of the Roosevelt administration was Frances Perkins. Nobody even knows who the fuck she is.
While we're on the topic though of Israel, kind of, sorta, let's turn there because there has been a thought and a feeling.
We were not on that fucking topic. I am certain we were not on that topic, but go for it.
Well, I want to be there. I want to be there, and it's my show. Yes,
I did.
Yes, it's my segue. I'm stealing it.
God damn it.
You said a word that started with the letter I. That was enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're there. Well, it's my show. That's
where we're going. It was going to come up, though, because a lot of the Biden hate started, especially with the younger generations, because of the way that Palestine was being treated.
But I do not think that translates over to older Democrats. I don't have that feeling.
No, it doesn't.
No, but older Democrats did not want him to drop out.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's always been this particular feeling, at least with military historians, it's very quiet. Because if you speak this out loud, you're going to suddenly find yourself very unemployable. That maybe Israel is slightly excessive in many ways, to put it mildly. Do you think a Harris administration would be...
This older Democrat was perfectly content Biden do exactly the way he did it. So I'm actually very happy that it's happened this way.
Do you think a Harris will have a better chance of exerting pressure on someone like Netanyahu, bearing in mind that he is the most slippery screwball in all of Israeli politics?
No.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know. I mean, people have been saying that she's better, and I understand her stance might be better, but we're also asking her to do something that 7 generations of white men wouldn't do. I don't know how to feel about it.
No.
I mean, that'd be cool. I mean, it'd be nice. Granted, women of color is the first one. We put it on all of you. I get it, but it ain't going to be Biden. Like, it could be Pritzker.
It's not going to be Biden.
Pritzker's. Yeah, I know it's not going to be Biden.
When you need,
but it could be Pritzker. It could be. That's white dude. Like, he's a little bit better on it, but you don't need we don't need someone to go like bomb Israel. That's not we just need someone to go, the slightest bit is all it takes, and then Israel has a lot of problems.
Or just say, hey, we support a ceasefire.
And
that would make me happier.
The minimum. That ties into what you were saying, bro. That is this opportunity to reshape the politics of not just this election cycle, but election cycles down the road, because now suddenly the way is open for other views within the Democratic coalition, to really change things for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah.
I think you can definitely agree. I'm not either.
Well, then go get involved.
True.
Like, do a thing.
Listen,
I'm
still voting Biden.
Well, you don't have to
Thank
do
you.
anything. I'm not.
Thank you, Lucy. You can also stuff some dead people ballot boxes, all that good
True,
stuff.
I can
that
do
Chicago
all that.
election magic.
Oh, listen, I can also, maybe I should be the nominee, like Cenk Uygur.
Vote early and vote often.
Maybe you all should just vote for me.
At least twice.
Have you considered that? Maybe I'm better than Kamala Harris.
I would vote for you over her. Yeah, for sure. But unfortunately,
you're not helping.
I'm not joking.
Yeah, you're not helping. I already put up the Hetman Daedalus election screen for a title
I'd
tonight,
be the
so you know.
Jewish anti-Zionist president. See, I'd be the counterbalance to Biden's policy.
That phrase. Sorry, go ahead.
I want to bring up actually something that we haven't really talked about, and granted, I can't speak about it as an expert, because I haven't looked at any real data, but I've noticed that there has been a huge disillusionment, especially with Palestinian American voters, but also the Muslim American voters as a whole, with the Biden administration because of what has happened. I am not convinced that if Kamala Harris gets if she is the nominee, that is going to change anything. I was watching an imam, forget where in Michigan, but he said, I've never heard this kind of anger before towards like any president or any standing, but he said that he holds the death of his relatives, the death of, his people on Biden's shoulders. And I think that will transfer over towards Kamala Harris. I don't think that she can wiggle her way out of that. They're angry about that, and he even said, which is it's mind-boggling, because honestly, had there been a Trump administration, there wouldn't have been actually much of a difference in this at all. There are some sort of isolationist Republicans that are kind of like,
I think it could have been much worse.
Israel,
under
but
Trump.
yeah, it could have been worse.
It would have been
much worse.
Trump promised that it would have been.
Yeah.
I mean, for Ukraine too.
Yeah, with Trump, I could easily see here's a couple of TAC nukes. Feel free to take Gaza out.
It's worth recalling that when Bibi Netanyahu visits New York, he stays at the Kushner's house.
Yeah.
It really is kind of weird that somebody would think that somehow or another Trump would be doing a better deal for the Palestinians.
But they don't think; they think on emotion, and that's the issue.
So
yeah.
what you do is you point out that when Bibi Netanyahu visits New York, he stays with the Kushners.
I think more pertinently, you point out
response.
that Trump was the one who moved the embassy to Jerusalem and kind of validated the eternal capital of Israel type nonsense.
Yeah.
And
think
that
it's
Trump's
possible
and
to
Kushner's specifically constructed one of the worst Middle East peace plans of all the other ones, and they're all pretty goddamn bad.
It's also really easy to misinterpret how people vote when you have two parties. If we were a normal country that had maybe, a bunch of parties or more
Like
than
Poland.
two candidates, like fucking
Anywhere
almost
else.
anywhere
Didn't
else
help you guys much.
Japan.
Oh, you have a
Japan and
representative
Korea
here
maybe
from
they're maybe
Poland.
worse than us. It takes a lot to be worse
I
than us.
know, I know, but still.
But when you have like two options, and let's say you're sitting there and you really fucking hate what the guy on the side you're going to vote for is doing, you say that you fucking hate what he's doing, that you hate him, and blah, blah, you yell, blah, blah, I don't care, fuck him. And you make the biggest stink you can because that's what you have to do. And then you go vote for him anyway. This is what happens to a lot of people, by the way, especially on the left. You just suck it up and vote. And I think it's generally, my Muslim friends are fairly open about this when they talk about it, at least, that their interest is not to vote Trump, but that they need people to hear them. And so they scream, they yell, they make a stink, and they know what it takes. And I think this is very common in other countries. And then people still go vote for who they need to, or they deal with the coalition government or whatever it is. But
with many countries,
I'm not saying it's a great outcome, but when you talk about it's Biden or Trump, you're going to scream about Biden, and you're going to vote for him. And the Democrats know this. That's why, but it deflates. So you're either going to vote for him or you're not going to vote. And that's why, it's a reason to get rid of him, because he was deflating, generally speaking, the Democrat voter base flatly.
People not coming to vote is like this big fear that is, I guess, also across the board, much like the fear against immigrants when there was the Polish election for the parliament. That was basically the biggest fear of the opposition against the ruling far-right Law and Justice Party, that people would just not go to vote, for the opposition, and that would just grant. And the biggest question that everybody asked themselves during meetings that I attended on how to win was how to get the people that probably won't want to vote to go and vote.
I have a question. I have a question for Lucy.
Yeah.
With the elections in the UK and France, which were wild. Well, in the UK, I want to focus more on France.
They were pretty great.
The expectation was for the Front National to just kick ass. And I think that's hopeful, especially after seeing the elections in the Netherlands, the elections. Well, obviously Hungary is who, by the way, Viktor Orban goes and visits Trump in Mar-a-Lago before he heads off to Milwaukee.
Oh,
Hungary just after he met with Putin. Just after he meets with Putin, I wonder if there were some documents sitting around Mar-a-Lago that I'm wondering if you see any hope in Europe in turning away from the neo-fascist movement that is really a worldwide movement.
Well, I can see some hope because of my own country that has been for for 10 years or something under the grip of the Law and Justice Party, that has been basically eroding democracy very steadily. Hungary has been set as the model for which it should because we all know that Hungary is at this point, to use video game language, a controlled democracy. And Poland, and of course there was this whole relationship that Poland and Hungary would defend themselves mutually against the evils of the European Union, against any punishments, etc. And then there was this huge turnout at the election. People decided that they don't want law and justice anymore. it was actually pretty well agreed that if Law and Justice would win, it was pretty. The rhetoric was actually eerily similar to the one in the U.S. That should the Law and Justice be victorious in that election, it would probably be the last election, free election that Poland would see. So the stakes were pretty high at that moment, and there were huge rallies. That's actually what made the cut. That there were these huge rallies organized by the opposition that made a lot of emotional appeals to people, alongside with emotional policies. you know, women's rights, abortion, LGBT. I think even immigration made it. You know.
So is that a prescription for what we should be?
I think so. Although I'm not sure if it can translate because Poland has.
It can. It can.
Poland.
It totally can.
Poland had a few sort of, I guess, people that it sort of that had. I guess it can. Now that if yeah, it could. Yeah.
I think
just women's issues alone.
It really can.
I think just women's issues alone, I think, are fairly clear. I think LGBT issues at the forefront. It's one of the things that we know that Republicans are already trying to run with. And if Kamala is the leader, it's one of the awful sort of bonuses, I guess. When Obama ran, we saw the GOP for what they truly are. And it's because they kind of couldn't resist. It was almost too easy for them to just be racist bags of shit. When they actually decided with Biden to not do that, what did they do? Well, they kind of just danced around things. They were able to use smarter language.
Donald
they were
Tusk
able
is
to
a
be more
positive
clever.
development, yeah.
You get Nazis pretending to be gentlemen. And that gave them a lot more. It's what works for the last 4 years with Biden. With Kamala, it won't, because they're unable to hold back how awful they are as people.
The situation here is, from my perspective, a bit more baffling because the Law and Justice Party has had its scandals, like the visa scandal. It was mostly political scandals, like scandals with corruption. But Donald Trump has, I don't know, being a convicted felon, cheating on the pregnant wife thing, the Epstein files that should be, I don't know, absolutely.
What? The American media is not really that interested in advancing.
Although I mean, American media is one thing, but shouldn't that be a death blow to someone's political career, being in those unclassified files about?
Yes.
It should be. It should be, particularly when it's from the party who decided to try to turn pedophile into a political slur, which was a terrible idea, by the way.
It absolutely should be. But the fact that it isn't means that the Republicans have yoked themselves to a man who is that low and have actually debased themselves to that level. And if Democrats are too stupid to point that out, I mean, we're especially in circumstances where Republican attacks against Democrats are based on social justice issues.
But that's the problem, is they don't care.
But the
they don't care. They don't.
But we should.
No, they don't care in the sense that they're fascist. Fascists will sit the last month, maybe month and a half. All that there's been has been a call on the right and laughing about how, look, the people in charge won't let Biden step down. He's got to stay there. They know who's really now that he's gone. Oh, look, Biden's gone. The people really in charge. They don't give a shit. They're going to say the same things no matter what. They're going to be the same terrible people.
They're already calling it the
same terrible things.
But I worry.
Trump could rape their mother and they'd be like, you know what? She wanted it. Like, they're fucking idiot.
My worry here, my big worry here is that Trump will be able to just, I don't know, commit crimes like child abuse and other things like that, and will just fly over the radar. And Kamala Harris will be scrutinized over.
It's happened.
Yeah.
I'm saying about moving forward, that Kamala Harris will be scrutinized over, I don't know, far.
The way she laughs.
Yeah.
The way she laughs. I was going to
Yeah,
say
that happened today
that's the
already.
thing.
That was the
But
Libs
no,
of TikTok
that was Trump's
compilation.
comment. But Trump's comment was a caller laughing Kamala. It's like, really? That's your thing? He's usually much shittier, but he usually goes at the heart. That's what they've got on her.
Yeah.
They can't shit on her policies because
they have
her,
two things
they
actually.
can't shit on her DA record because they like her DA record. Like, they're not going to be able to really do much against Kamala except for the horrifying.
She's not white. She doesn't have a penis. She's married to a Jew.
They have two things. I've seen
And
two
she's
things
domestic.
repeated over and over in the social media, in
they'll
the
just
right-wing
keep
social
hammering it.
media. One is the laugh, and two is the unburdened by what was saying, which is
Yeah, but
apparently-
I've grown to
like
appreciate
that statement.
coconut. Like, I mean that as a thing. It's a thing I used to laugh about. Like, it's a dumb fucking anecdote story she would tell over and over. It's fine. I've gotten
is
used to it. I think a
fine.
lot of people are.
They all do the same thing.
It's just a catchphrase, I guess.
There is a
No, I mean, but they all do
now.
the same thing, though. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen politicians laughed at because they say the same thing over and over,
Oh yeah,
and like
But-
they
but
all have
she's-
the script.
and she's just mostly not objectionable. That's the reality. She is to pardon the term, given that she's the woman of color, she's a milquetoast candidate as far as it goes. She's not extreme in any direction. She kind of does the thing. She is, generally speaking, left of Biden. She's not left of Brooks, for fucking sake, but she's
She has a
hitting some
reputation
things
of
for
being an
Brooks.
advocate.
There's no
for
room to get left of you.
minority
Yeah,
rights. No?
Ain't many people that can get to the left of me. But do you remember the glory that was Kamala Harris during the Kavanaugh hearings? Do you remember what she did? She was one of the most effective questioners.
She's very sharp. And I think
Yeah,
it's one of the
she's
things that is going to
really
be
smart.
very fun to watch for me is if she is the nominee, and I think it's presumptive to say she's going to be presidential. She has to be on the ticket. We know she's going to be on the fucking ticket. The question is what's the place? But she's going to be fun, I think. And it's going to be very interesting this time around because, again, just as we're talking about how there's pressure that can be placed, any single person who ends up on this ticket knows they can push things. They have more power than normal amongst the elites and the donors in the party. It's going to be a really, really fucking weird 3 or 4 months.
I tell you what, in the Democratic caucuses of 2020, I caucused Kamala. Full disclosure, I thought she had the combination of smarts, the combination of character, and was, I did not want. I've been an Elizabeth Warren fan for a long time. I'm a native of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Why the hell not? But Kamala Harris had it all. California, all the stuff. It's like you can't attack her from on the right. The attacks on Kamala. This is what I'm afraid of. Aside from the obvious ones, like gender, race, etc., I'm afraid that people on the left are going to attack her record as a district.
That's what I was just going to say too. That's
No, they were doing. Yeah, there's a reason
Yeah.
that her presidential bid wasn't successful.
That was the reason.
That was the reason.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the threat argument comes in, right? It's like you understand what's at stake, so now it's time to go ahead and buckle up and do it. Like hold your nose if you have to, just go.
It's going to end up being the Brianna Joy Grays, who are too smart and too clever and want to sort of become the controversial person on the whatever side they end up, who are going to start shitting on Kamala for her record, attacking from the left, trying to play that role. It's not just her. There's going to be a lot of people who do this. And I think the question then becomes, again, none of that lands if she starts pushing what people actually want inside
Speaking
of
of
the
blood
presidency.
donations,
If she's
consider
actually
donating.
talking about the shit that matters, none of that shit will stick. And it doesn't have to be, she doesn't have to be like, I'm going to cut ties with Israel. We're going to divest entirely. Like, it doesn't even have to be that extreme. It can just be better than Biden and she wins. It's really that simple.
I think of the case of
Biden,
Brianna
it doesn't
Joy
take a
Gray.
lot on any of that shit to be better than
There
Biden.
is a neutralizing factor in that if Brianna Joy speaks up, Brianna will sense an opportunity to go and they will neutralize one another. I look forward to that. They just both get sucked up into a vortex of two Briannas fighting forever.
It's going to be a thing.
Because she does that every single time. Brianna Joy Grace
would say.
Do we want to start shitting on Brianna Wu at this point because it's all kinds.
We
of
can.
We can't do it. We
always
can't.
good.
Sunday is not here. We have to be very careful stepping on his
Also,
territory.
if we assume that Kamala Harris will be...
I also, just as a very gentle critique of the obsession with Brianna Wu, who is absolutely a cipher in the entire conversation. I would like her to remain a cipher in the entire conversation, because why is anybody going to take advice from somebody who interned under Trent Lott in Mississippi?
It gets worse.
Failed and had a we don't need to go into the entire history, but had a failed congressional campaign in Massachusetts against I think it was McGovern, wasn't it? I mean, in the district that sort of skirts around suburban Boston, it's like there was no way.
But it's the same reason that everyone else does what they do. They see their interests in the person. They see their interests in the thing, and the sort of weird, odd place that different people apply politically. That's them, and people follow that, and they're digging that.
But it's a question of identity. It's a question of what again, we talked about what motivates people to get to the polls. What motivates people to get to the polls is really their gut. And I think the failure of the Democratic Party, but insofar as it's been a failure, and I would argue that it hasn't been really. We've been fighting a holding pattern against the rise of fascism here.
Yes,
and
that's a great way to put it.
And we need to break through, and we have a chance this year to break. I really believe that.
I agree.
Really believe
Before
we have a chance to break through.
To break through, you must go on the offensive, and the Democrats only fight defensively.
And
if we let them. If we let
they give them a good
DNC,
kick in the pants, they'll go.
Who's setting the policy and the setup for the DNC this year? It's random delegates, super delegates, people getting together. They do the voting thing. They set the thing. If you didn't know, the Republicans, the first year ever, they didn't allow committees. They didn't allow outsiders. Trump and his team wrote the entire thing themselves, and everyone flew in for it. If you haven't watched the interviews, it's worth watching. It's the most disillusioned people I've ever seen. They're all very sweet, like older white people, and it's like they're like, I don't know why I came in. We sat for a few hours and we thought we were going to be going to committee, and then we didn't. And now I'm here. And this is just very confused. And the DNC is going to be doing this.
It was a rally that Trump didn't have to pay people to attend.
No, that's the convention. Different thing.
But that was the convention is. It became a rally that he didn't have to pay people to attend, nor was he likely to get shot by his own side again.
Well, you never know.
But coming back,
we can only hope.
I just want very briefly, then I'll shut up. I know I've been talking a lot, but I'm an older white person, but nobody's ever accused me of being sweet.
So, assuming that Kamala Harris becomes the nominee, who do we think will be her pick for vice presidency? Who will be Kamala Harris's JD Vance?
I have an answer that I don't think anyone's going to like. I have one that I want, but one that I think is a smart choice. The smart choice is Gavin Newsom.
He's got the California disease.
Well, I mean,
I don't think he would. I think it's too many people from California on a single ticket. Won't work with the heartland as a thing.
No, it won't work with the 12th Amendment.
It's unconstitutional.
Yeah.
First of all,
wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't have you can't have the president and vice president being
on the same from the same what do you call it state. The electors aren't allowed to vote for. One elector can't vote for.
I think the best
for somebody
candidate,
from two people candidates in the same state.
Listen,
that was an issue. That was an issue for when back in when Trump was running. You know, are you living in Florida or are you living in that? That was a consideration as to who Trump's gonna pick back in the day.
Well, in that case, I picked Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, no, Newsom would be a solid choice but I mean, the thing is, he was the governor, she was a senator. Like, even if, and I've heard that, like, in the past, they've had somebody like choose their like second home or whatever. But being that they were both like really high public offices, it's going to be really hard to get that.
If you want to hit the trifecta of pissing off middle America, you have a female, minority, and then you put her as her veep and openly homosexual. From a strategic standpoint, it's a bad decision.
I think Buttigieg is not going to be
He won't take
selected
VP.
because
I know.
well, because he's homosexual.
What about Josh
I think
Shapiro
we
a
need
name
to
that's
look
being
at-
thrown around?
No, we need to look at red state Democrat
Kelly.
governors.
Whitmer then?
Whitmer or Pritzker, and I don't think Whitmer works.
Yeah, I
I
was
don't
just
think two women on a ticket work.
No, you're not going to get two women.
No.
They're not going to let
No.
her.
Not gonna get to him.
But I want
Although I really would like Whitmer. I think
Look,
Whitmer's
look,
great.
Guys, think cishet white male. That's all she's going to be able
Pritzker.
to get.
That's
It's Pritzker.
exactly
Well, then,
right, Mike.
well, then
Pritzker is what I was
Illinois will
thinking.
be happy to dump Pritzker.
No question.
Well, I've
Yeah,
heard,
yeah, very
I've
much
heard
so.
Josh
As-
Shapiro being thrown around.
You need extreme white bread on this ticket. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
and that's why
but
Kelly
the way
wins
it is.
that, because you've got former military senior officer,
I hadn't even thought about those.
yeah, and NASA astronaut, governor in a red state, senator, excuse me. Yeah, you know, he's got so much lining up to fit that bill to attract that middle group.
Mark Milley might be persuaded to do it after the Republicans threatened to execute him. I would get a kick out of that, and like we've talked about, at least me and Hetman have talked about my feelings about what Mark Milley did in 2020 and why it was not okay, and how he managed to win me back over.
No, I think like Tennessee has a Democratic governor, and so does I want to say North Carolina. We're thinking like along the lines of those kind of guys.
Oh,
So it's gonna be Mark Cuban. You
No,
laugh.
his
You
name
laugh.
is way too ethnic
Yeah,
sounding.
all right.
No Cubans, no Jews. Like, it's going to be
You laugh.
Norman.
So
they're
no
gonna-
Shapiro.
We're going to dig up
State of
Norman
Life.
Rockwell.
Well,
Wait,
Pop up
hold
Jimmy
on.
Carter.
But Bernie Sanders is a Polish Jewish person, no?
He is, but he.
Well,
I mean, he's ethnically Jewish, but he doesn't really.
Bernie Sanders
know.
it gets in the race for realsies as a national candidate, and we will spend 4 months talking about, well, are the Sandinistas really bad? So
if Bernie's a bad choice because
he's not a great national candidate.
Because they hate
I'm
him.
sorry to say it.
They would
it
never
just
let him win a
reintroduces
ticket.
the issue.
He could be a vice president candidate.
But still reintroducing.
I think
him.
It's just we
there
gotta
is-
move on from
there's no
the likes of
shortage.
me.
Just to be frank, there's no shortage of like middle to late age white guys who will do just fine. And like we don't. That part is almost like fungibility. That's like whatever. There's some dude gonna be in there for a bit. We need to get what?
We need a white guy from a
very
swing state.
particular states.
We need a
very
white guy
particular
from a
states
swing
we need to
state
get-
to
Well,
secure
then
the
I
vote.
would like to advance myself, Daedalus Media, as a resident of Colorado.
It's gonna be Mark Kelly. It's gonna be Kelly.
Well, it has to be someone that will be able to nicely and effectively
It's
tackle
Mark Kelly, Arizona.
Mr. Vance.
We do
no?
Arizona. We get
I can
Arizona.
tackle Mr. Vance. It just won't be nice.
That's
Go.
why I said.
Here's
Yeah,
what happened.
I agree with you. I'm just saying.
And the other thing is, if Kelly is there, and he would get replaced as senator from Arizona by a Democratic governor, so you don't lose a seat in the Senate either.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm with you.
I like that.
I actually think he would do
I like
good for
that.
Kamala too. He's generally pretty aware of where he sits, and I think he'd be great in swing states. He knows that game.
Harris
He knows that
Uranus,
game.
2024. I'm with it.
Ooh.
So here's what happened.
I think Mark
night
Cuban
on-
is
on-
more serious about this, by the way, than people think, and I think we should be a little horrified that that's not that much of a joke.
Yeah.
It was a joke 3 or 4 months ago when I made it, and then it's turned out to be like deeply terrifying in how close it is and how suddenly it's appearing on a lot of lists, and I'm like, I need to stop making jokes, basically. Like, I was like, well, we need to have our own billionaire who's a real billionaire, so that way he gets to laugh at Trump. It was a joke I made one time, and now I fucked us all, and I apologize.
Damn it,
That's okay. You know what joke I made in 2012? I made a joke that Putin was going to be the next Democrat or next Republican nominee in 2012. And lo and behold,
2016.
Are there any
He's the vice president.
Are there any limits on how many times
my
someone
fault.
can be vice president?
No.
Well, so
no, not actually.
Well then,
It's kind of a-
there's only one thing to do. Kamala Harris should go out and say, you know what? Mike Pence is my
Joe
guy.
Joe Biden and vice president.
Mike Pence is
swap
my
the
vice
ticket.
president. Let's go.
I love it. So here's what really happened. I mean, we've been talking all around this issue, but what happened last night on Neil the 604 Atheist little podcast, I announced my.
You cut out there, Steph.
I said last night on Neil the 604 Atheist little gathering, I announced my candidacy for president.
Biden cleared the way.
They cleared the way. But I'm perfectly happy to withdraw in favor of the better candidate.
If we bring Mike Pence into it, I think at least one of my Patreons from Indiana will have a fit.
It's fine. It's gonna be perfect. Like betrayed by Donald Trump, did the right thing when push came to shove. You know, January.
Is this a presidential ticket or an anime plot?
Both.
It's got a
It's
huge emotional
intertwined.
appeal, I'll give you that, but it ain't happening.
He did the right thing. He switched to the right side of history, and hence has won another chance as vice president.
So I don't know what the question to ask is about Ukraine. I do know what it is, because the only question I would really ask is, do you think Harris brings a different energy to resolving Ukraine than Biden did? Because I know for a fact that Etna decided to despise Joe Biden the minute he didn't offer direct military aid to Ukraine. And that was it.
Her
It
husband's been speaking out in favor of Palestine, so she could bring some energy there. I don't think anything different's going to be done with Ukraine.
Well, we'll see what her stance will be with things
I
like.
think we're going to see. Go ahead,
More
Liz.
incrementalism.
I was thinking what her stance would be with important things like the sanctuary zone, you know, the safe haven zone that Russia still has, things like that. Because there's no chance that she'll be worse than Trump on Ukraine. That's just, definitely maybe. She can only be the same or better than Biden on Ukraine, which are things like will Ukraine finally be able to attack the airfields deeper in Russia.
Let's be real. If Trump wins the presidency, you're going to see an expansion of the genocide in Palestine, an expansion of the genocide in Ukraine, and we're probably going to see the resumption of Kazakhstan attacking Armenia at the bare minimum.
You mean Azerbaijan?
It's going to be a double genocide.
It's late.
It's going to be a genocide everywhere.
Yep.
Like
regarding
another country that had a
24 hours.
genocide in the last decade, it's going to start again. Like he's not.
Regarding Ukraine, a lot of
It'll
that
blow
is
up again.
yeah.
Yeah.
Regarding you,
I'd love to hear Commander McMillan's thoughts on where we often hear of the of the assumption that the military is sworn to right-wing values, I don't see that. I don't see that at all.
This way, when I go on base, because I do most of my shopping there at the commissary and the exchange. When I go on
You
base,
lucky bastard.
yeah, I know.
Tax free.
Hey, but 25 years, I deserve it, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Your service.
anyway, the key is that when I go there, I very rarely see any Trump stickers on cars in the parking lots. I also see far more same-sex and interracial couples walking around on the base than you do on the outside. So
Navy base?
Yeah.
no, I'm
I know.
talking Army base.
No.
I'm talking Fort Lewis.
Well, I'm gonna.
Because you're kind of
okay,
talking.
I'm gonna
One of
kind
the
of
things.
push back on this a
because
little.
one of the
Sorry.
one of the big changes, I think, you're talking about the new generation of recruits too.
Yes.
Like a decade ago, I have a bunch of friends and family in there. Not at all. But the new generation, man, like straight up, it's a very different armed services, kind of across the board.
So there's kind of an issue I came up with because I was having this conversation. Obviously, most people are familiar with my background, but I was a military officer cadet in college, and I couldn't continue because of kidney disease. But I've maintained friends and contacts. And I was having this conversation with a couple of people that I'm very close with, who are Army officers now. And this is very specific to officers in the Army. They are concerned, like these are liberal students who went in Chicago. They're concerned because everywhere they're talking to right now, like officer families want to vote Trump. And it wasn't like that in 2020. And it's a weird conversation too, because, and this is obviously anecdotal, but it's a weird conversation too, because if you dig into the Project 2025, like they explicitly take aim at things like BAH pay, the housing pay the military has, and like this is boggling to me because military
VA.
families, the disestablishing VA, military families rely on these things in particular.
It's religious. It's religious. Every single officer family I know who is pro-Trump, they're nuts. Like they're like 7 horns being sounded from heaven, fucking nuts.
Oh yeah.
Like they're that level. They're there because their interest is in they're end of times people. A lot of them, they're religious. And again, when we watch like the Trump thing, I'm not sure there's a more like extraordinary general set of statements than how everyone's talking about how God decided that the assassin should have murdered that guy, and by saving Trump, God killed another guy. And they're saying this and they're screaming it, and they're all into this. They love this idea that God is watching over it. They're nuts. They're fucking.
It's such a divergence from the conversations I was having in 2017 and 2018 with a lot of these same people. They're like, yeah, everybody thinks Trump's a fucking dumbass. Like, why are we trying to do a military parade in Washington, D.C.? You know, the tanks are 60 tons and the streets are only rated for 40 tons, right? Like, this is conversations that people were having. And now it's shifted, and I'm worried.
But I want to hear Hetman's thoughts on the
like the person in particular,
of
the
the
person.
support. You know?
Yeah, go ahead, Hetman.
I want to hear Hetman's thoughts on Ukraine support.
I don't think we're going to see any. I agree with the commander. I don't think we're going to see any sort of change in regard to incrementalism. I think that's going to be that's going to be unfortunately what is pursued in regard to Ukraine.
Right, because I think there's a lot of criticism to begin with Biden's handling with.
There is.
Oh yeah.
So maybe you would see some change, but there's also the issue that Ukraine is the topic of it is very unpopular with the American public right now, with a good section of the American public. So there's sort of a push to wind that down, and I think that.
Are there any polls on that?
You know,
there are some, but I admittedly haven't, looked at a lot. It's just something that we have noticed with Ukrainian fatigue being a thing.
Because I don't know. I keep hearing that the polls say that more people than not are still firmly in favor of support.
I honestly, this seems This seems crazy. Ukraine fatigue. It's like in some of the elections we were talking about this evening. 1968, we had 550,000 American troops stationed in
Vietnam, yeah, which is a whole different
like,
thing.
It is an entirely whole different thing, and it's like when it's like Americans are tired about thinking about war rather than.
It's not about thinking about it. It is seeing, and I mean the Republicans, especially Trump Republicans, can exploit it, but it's seeing their tax dollars go into something that is very far away from them. It is sort of peddling.
I would have to ask to see the polls you're talking about, because as far as I'm aware, in anything I've seen, it's basically half to 60% of Americans are either saying we are doing the right amount or not enough. And it's a minority saying that we're doing
I've
too much.
also heard that the polls are basically saying that a majority of the U.S. population is still firmly in support of aid, and there's also the fact that the aid given to Ukraine is still a fraction of what the U.S. has spent on past conflicts. But
I'll tell you what's happened. What's happened here on this channel at Two Guys Talking History is my ability to focus has been divided heavily, because it has been replaced by a white hot rage that cannot be contained about Palestine, and that's why I've been focusing my energy. So we haven't been doing as much Ukraine coverage we used to.
Well, I still do Ukraine coverage, but then again, Ukraine.
Give me a moment to rage.
Ukraine's a lot more immediate to you. That's the thing.
Yeah, but for the
yeah.
entirety of Poland, Poland basically has a segment about Ukraine in the mainstream media every single day. So
I actually wanted to ask you, Lucy, and this departs a little bit from the general conversation, but I did hear that in the event, say Trump is elected and support is pulled from Ukraine, that Poland is developing some sort of plan to, if Russia pushes further, to actually intervene in some way. And for me, I mean, I think that would be a not a terrible scenario, given the very real possibility of what we're facing.
I mean, that would terrify me. Are you really? That's a good. You would see that as better than what's happening.
It's not.
I think.
Here's what I'm saying. It's not better than what is happening now.
I think.
But if Trump is elected, then you're basically what else is going to happen? Are we just going to let Russia devour Ukraine?
I mean, I'm gonna go a little bit more radical as a Polish person.
Good.
I'm gonna say that Poland should be intervening more without Trump winning. Poland, for one, should be already shooting down missiles from above the Ukrainian sky. That should be like a given, like
because it's really within Poland's national interest. I think that I know I might get some like people dissenting views of this, but I think that actually one thing that has been done very poorly is the Biden administration trying to argue how it's in our interests or how it's directly related to us. It is to a degree, but ultimately this is Ukraine's existential fight. It has a lot more relevance to Poland, realistically speaking.
Yes.
It has a lot more relevance to the Baltic states to a degree.
Yes.
I am very, very worried, though. Part of me has been kind of, going to a safe space in my mind of thinking that maybe Europe will step up, even if Trump, not pulls out of NATO, but sort of.
The problem is that Europe does not yet have the manufacturing base to be able to effectively sort of support Ukraine in that way.
And that is
name someone who'll sell them weapons.
But I mean, when it comes to Poland,
this is that
for example,
question that was asked. Go ahead, Lucy.
Oh yeah, when it comes to Poland, I think it's pretty silly that, for example, if it's not going to shoot down the missiles itself above Ukrainian sky, then Poland has Patriots, which Poland realistically right now is not going to be attacked by Russia with missiles. So I believe Poland should just give its Patriot to Ukraine, you know?
They should
Things
loan.
like
They should
that.
loan them. Yeah,
Yeah,
as
they
a
should
loan.
just
Yeah.
let them use it. That's just to some of the things that
Yeah.
Poland is doing is, from my perspective, I mean, Poland has given a lot of weapons. I think one, if not the biggest amount of tanks, which is baffling to me that Poland is the country that gave the most of those. But I don't know. I think that Poland should be doing more.
No,
Comparison.
I can see your logic there, and I agree with you. I think that it's unrealistic to expect the United States to float this. I don't think that or to keep Ukraine afloat is what I meant. I don't think that is sustainable over the long term strategy. The one thing that I am optimistic about is that Ukraine is from all of the military analysts that I've been following who are quite credible, actually more credible than the think tank that I interviewed with, that I really don't care for anymore.
What is the think
for various
Don't be
reasons.
bitter.
Institute for the Study of War. I might as well just say it.
Okay, yeah. I
Yeah.
know them. I mean, they're pretty well known across the board. So.
They're known across the board, but when your colleague who works for a three-letter agency says, "Oh, we don't use any of their maps or anything," you kind of get the idea that they're kind of the laughing stock of the intelligence community. They're really well liked by media, but anyway, that's besides the point. I don't want to be bitter.
Source, it's great. For classified source, it's worthless.
Yeah.
Yes.
But well,
this is that moment at the NATO summit where the guy asked Biden, and to me, this was the moment where it was Biden has to go. It was a very almost pleadingly depressing question of, if you don't win, are we alone? Like, it was a very odd way he worded it. Just if you don't win, Trump's going to abandon us, isn't he? And Biden tried to fucking, hand wave whatever, but that's the reality.
Right.
And no matter what, money is post-election, Putin's pushing. It's either to push and find out how much Kamala's going to handle, or it's to push and find out how much Trump will allow. That's really the reality. Yeah. And so when we're talking about kind of what's coming next, to me, one of the challenges of having a thing like NATO is that you don't get to act unilaterally. Now, the U.S. does because of various hegemonic powers and everything, but if Poland starts doing a lot more shit, that's on NATO. That gives Putin excuses.
That's the problem.
China. It does, yeah, it does.
If it was up to me, Poland would probably be sending troops with more capacity, actually.
Well, if it was up to me, NATO would be sending more capacity. That's how I would
but
phrase
that's,
it. Like, reality is, but it is what it is.
I almost wish that Poland could act unilaterally, and hear me out on this, because Poland's military is very strong.
On paper. On
paper, but I have a feeling. I don't know. It's hard to say.
It made a lot of purchases, but a lot of it has not come through yet.
It's hard to say.
There's
okay,
a
look at it.
They're in NATO.
Okay.
There's a reason they're in NATO.
Yeah, but let me finish.
It's getting there, but it's not there yet.
It is stronger on paper, and maybe within an offensive capacity, say they deployed troops to Ukraine. That's maybe questionable if they'd be able to fight with the same strength as they would defending Poland. I think if Russia attacked Poland, especially after being weakened so much now, such an attack would come maybe like 15 years from now, if like that. But if they did, they would. I mean, I'm not even talking about Article 5. Let's take that away here. Let's just talk about conventional military capacity. They would lose that fight. They would lose it horribly. They'd probably get ejected from all of Poland.
I'm not so positive.
I am 100% sure.
I'm pretty familiar with the Polish army situation, and I'm not so positive.
Right.
But
we got to put the brakes on a couple things here. We are coming up on the end of the evening. We're going to quit by the top of the hour. So I want to put it in the audience if you have any. Why? because people have places to be. And I'm a
It
2-hour
was just
streamer.
getting fun. Hetman and Lucy were gonna get in fight. I wanted that.
No, we weren't. I mean, we're not. We have the same position.
Any day.
Well, there's one more thing that Poland
battle it
actually
out
does
elsewhere
well.
if you want to. You know,
Anyone in the audience who wants,
because there's a big thing that's happening in Poland right now, which is the creation of a special school for military field medics, which is a big thing because there's a shortage of those in Ukraine. Of course, they're also being targeted, and this special school will be, of course, schooling, I don't know, training Ukrainian soldiers. They're already being trained in Poland when it comes to, and there's this whole exchange of we're getting experience from the Ukrainian battlefield, taking it to Poland. Poland is making changes and then training Ukrainian troops back. There's apparently Poland is the country that has the biggest amount of volunteers military wise from all the countries. I know that there are a lot of medics that go from Poland to Ukraine that first sort of start treating soldiers from their own pocket and then start
we can
fundraising.
circle around. We can circle around back at the end. Anyone in the audience who has a burning question, who wants to ask it, I see things better with super chats. Everyone else, we're coming up to the end of the show. If you want to give your final thoughts
You
on,
give me money.
if you want to give your
everything that's not dollars.
yes, anyone who wants to give their final thoughts on the Biden Harris ticket kerfluffle, now is the time. So Brooks, any final thoughts?
No, it's easy. The conversation about Ukraine is one thing. Palestine is one thing. There's a lot of one things in which this election is really the fucking hinge. And as much as I'd love to say I'm going to care about all of those things forever, if Kamala wins, I will, because I'll be able to. If Trump wins, our country is actually in a really big fucking problem. And there's
I mean
a lot
the
of shit
world
coming here.
more than just the country.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not the world.
Well,
Washington State.
I'm
This is
in
where
the
I
world.
live. I know, but this is the reality.
You know, I'm
The
trying to
reality-
run to anywhere in the world.
Yeah, it's
like a safe space.
we're talking about
I mean, the U.S., like it or not, is not just in its own bubble. It has influence all over the world.
Lucy, really? Really? You think I don't know this?
So,
but do you think after Trump takes over and he starts destroying the infrastructure and he starts destroying education, he starts destroying civil rights, I have friends who become in trouble. I have massive, massive things that I'm able to deal with here, and I only have so much. I'm just a person. There's a reality that when Trump is elected, NATO probably will mostly dissolve as we know it. In fact, there's a lot of relationships that are going to dissolve.
I don't know
as we
about
know
that.
it.
well, there's
As
a
we
two-tier
know it,
system
yeah.
proposed for NATO.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think NATO is going to dissolve as we know it. Actually, I don't even think
Yes,
under
it will.
Trump that the U.S. is going to pull out fully. I don't think that there's just so much invested in it. I don't think that that's going to happen. But yeah.
Trump will enforce a subscription model, a two-tier system. I mean, he already announced it.
Buy the NATO Article 5 DLC pack, $5.99.
Then let's talk about how this actually happens, because I think you're taking specifically what I say extremely literally. Trump is not going to dissolve NATO. That's
Right.
not how it works. Pull back what's happening in Ukraine. And when that happens, people in Poland and other countries in NATO are going to be like, what the fuck? And Germany's going to be like,
Yes.
what the fuck? And then they're going to send in a couple troops, and then Putin's going to be pissy. And we're going to go, I don't fucking know what's happening here because I'm Trump. And then little by little, the bonds that make NATO will absolutely be destroyed. That's how these things work. There's a
Right.
reason Iran won't come back to the table in order to do more nuclear deals with us, because there's no reason for them to, because we fuck them over every time. This is what's going to happen when Trump comes in, and it ain't just Ukraine. This is what's happening with Israel and Palestine. This is what's happening with all of our relationships kind of all over the world, including Mexico and Canada, which is hilarious to me that that's a fucking real thing. Inside of our own country, we're going to see a kerfluffle like you've never seen. I actually think it's time for people to start learning how to shoot guns. I think we are at that
know how to
point.
shoot
We
guns.
will be when Trump takes over. So
Wait, are you
we're
saying that people in the U.S. don't know how to shoot guns, even though so many people have guns?
I mean,
the
you have
guy
no
just
idea.
missed.
No, most people here, a lot of people here don't dig guns or have guns. Like as much as like we are outsized. The number of people who own guns own thousands of them. It's hilarious.
I'm in Maine. I have guns. Oh, Jesus Christ! What are you talking about?
I thought the US was the country of guns. Everyone goes to the range regularly.
A lot of Americans who have guns don't know how to shoot them. Just saying.
Oh, damn.
Also
I
true.
think that this statistic is like 1 in every 4. So I mean, it's not as like a small amount of people, but I agree, and it's disproportionate politically. I think, like, you know.
I think we're letting last words get away from us at this point.
Here's the problem with Americans and guns, for example.
Go on forever on this topic.
The only thing that matters, all of this at the end of the day, we need to do whatever we can to push the Democratic Party, to push policies into it locally and nationally, and to get involved. That's it. Because if we lose this, we will not be able to do shit for 4 more fucking years. And the last time weren't able to do shit for 4 years, we lost Chevron, we got presidential immunity, and we lost Roe v. Wade. Plus a bunch of other shit that's fucking...
0815. What brings you to the stream?
Yeah.
How did you find this stream? What do you like about it? What do you dislike about it?
Chevron's genuinely the end of this country. People don't understand that. The Chevron decision is the end of America
I
already.
ask this to all you.
We got to fix that.
Good. Thank you. Lucy, go ahead. Any final thoughts?
Yes, I think that it's been a pretty tough thing for everybody. I think that many people were sort of on the fence when it came to the whole Biden thing. They were sort of 50-50. Should he be replaced? Should he not be replaced? Will it do more harm than good? And now that it's happened, I guess the question becomes, will the new nominee even be able to defeat Trump at this point? Has this move been done too late, in the game? Things like, I don't think we can decisively say one way or the other how this will go. I think we'll just have to see how this unfolds. At least that's my perspective.
Commander, any final thoughts?
No, I think we've covered a lot of the stuff here. It's I think obvious that even with people of fairly like-minded political philosophies, we still have enormous division within the group on what this all means, how it's going to play
healthy and
out.
loving disagreement.
Yeah, and that's a good way of putting it, actually. But I think that's one of the key things is this announcement is so recent and we don't really understand what the ramifications are going to be yet. It's shake your magic 8 ball and, answer murky, check again later. That's where we are right now.
I agree 100%.
Steph?
Yeah, well, I think we live in extremely interesting times. On the cusp of a potential major change in the governance of a nation that has more military capability than any other in the world. So obviously that has implications to what goes on in the world. And it also has implications about when we're talking about the possibility of a pluralistic society represented by the most likely candidate for president of this polyglot nation made up of people from all over the world who actually founded a nation on the idea that we could do it ourselves without kings, in compromise with everything about American history has been a compromise. Everything has always been a compromise. But in the words of Martin King, it's a promissory note that possibly that compromise can expand to everyone involved. And we have a party that's going to cancel the check without delivering the funds, or we're going to go with a party that is going to carry on the project. And that is what we're faced with here. And I think that Joe Biden made the right decision. He realized he got COVID. He's not gonna be able to be that. He's been, with all of his flaws, and I'll never forgive the bastard for what happened in the Clarence Thomas confirmation, proceedings in the Senate. I'll never forget him for that. That was terrible. He learned from that. People learn and grow and all of this stuff. The man's had a tremendous political career, and throughout his political career, he's cared about this country. Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about this country. The Speaker of the House does not give a fuck about this country. J.D. Vance does not give a fuck about this country. Those people care about themselves. They talk in terms of internment. They talk in terms of expelling people. They talk in terms of determining your children's rights to believe what they can believe, to live as they want to live. And this is not the time to really focus on well, it's this person or that person, it's whatever. Kamala Harris should be the next president of the United States. She has served at Joe Biden's side faithfully and diligently. She has her own ideas. This is an opportunity for the Democratic Party to live up to a new path or explore a new path. And she represents that. And we need to come together and make sure that fascism doesn't prevail in the strongest nation on earth. And thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Thanks for coming on. Maya?
Hi. Oh God. Last words. Shit. I just want to remind everyone that this isn't about being excited about anything. It's saving the world, being a superhero. Just fucking vote. We are, God, I mean, we could go into, not wrapping up, but, we could talk about Project 2025 and all the things that you're doing for yourself by not voting for this. But we should also talk about, even if you don't believe that they're going to do it in Project 2025, think about the Supreme Court and how if, was it Thomas and Alito step down, we're just going to be in this hell for the rest of most of our natural lifetimes. If nothing else, we're securing our own hell. I want to reach out to all white women. Nudge, nudge. it's like, please help us out. Black women, I mean, we're voting Dems every election, 90%. We're doing our part. We need some goddamn help over here. But, I don't know. I laugh so I don't cry. But I get tired of people kind of brushing this off like, oh, they say it's, the election of our life, every election. But it just ostensibly is the time. Like, we're obviously, I think it just literally obviously is when you listen to all the things that they're talking about doing, get passionate about being able to vote in the future, being able to keep your social security money that you've already paid into. Get excited about, being able to once again, hope to buy your own house or for your children to want to have your grandchildren. There's so much to get excited about. And if you don't know, there's a bunch of people here that are willing to elaborate. But I don't know. I think that Elie Mystal, I pulled up a quote from Elie Mystal here. It's kind of like saying what I was thinking earlier. Looking forward to all the white bros declaring Harris's VP appointment that she'll be picking a white non-coastal male for optics to make white people feel better. Oh wait, it doesn't count to them when your only qualification for the job is being a white guy.
So what you're saying is basically we should make voting great again.
Voting is already great again. If voting wasn't great, they wouldn't be trying so hard to take it from.
Yeah, Titan, thank you very much. You've got Titan's putting up all your channels for people to subscribe.
Yes,
thank
Titan,
you very much.
Looking at you. Appreciate you.
Titan's on top of it tonight. Let's go ahead, Hetman. Any final thoughts you have on Biden dropping out and Harris probably more than likely taking over?
I mean, I think I stick by what you and Commander said. I'm not entirely optimistic that this is gonna work, but yeah, I mean, on one end, it's kind of a nice development because I don't have the fondest view of Biden. So, yeah.
I hadn't noticed.
So that I
can
mean,
give you
that's
hope.
about it.
Would you like me to give you some hope, Hetman? I got hope for you. I got very hard, specific things that I can give you for hope. Trump is doing, for some reason, the best he can to actually depress his own voting base. As much as we're talking about, people don't want to vote for Biden, they're not excited for Biden, Trumpers are seeing this. It's the first time ever, for example, abortion is explicitly allowed inside of the RNC's platform this year. What the fuck? Like, that's fucking weird to me as a thing. IVF explicitly backed in the RNC platform this year. That, by the way, is like super abortion. As far as like abortion people are concerned, IVF is like super abortion. It's like they've called it genocide. So just imagine like those two groups.
You get 5 or 6 babies at once.
So you're talking about the most extreme abortion people. What gets them aroused to go voting is to, fuck women over, and they love that. It gets them rock hard. So they fucking go to the polls. They don't have that now. And there's a lot of stuff like that. You're going to start seeing Trump literally shit on the extreme right. Now, again, however you want to phrase it, but he did it live and shit on Project 2025 as being just as bad as the far left. And like this kind of thing, his rhetoric is all he has. The emotions people see in him and they get going when he talks is all he has. His audience booed when he said the far right. They booed, which is fucking hilarious in every single way. I know we're all talking about, but this is how you depress a voting base, because those people who are now suddenly like, well, that was kind of me. Oh, that's kind of why I'm here. Like, these are the things, just like Muslims with Palestine. Just like fucking any of us with a bunch of Joe Biden things, every little thing is a little cut against that fucking thing that gets you going in order to go vote. And the Republicans are really doing everything they can to fuck their voter base over. And it's weird to watch. It's really weird to watch. But again, IVF and abortion explicitly allowed and not being nationally banned, explicitly being protected nationally. Right? Like there's not going to be any movement. Whether or not that's true, I don't care. Like, they lie all the time, but they say this and it's weird. And so that's good news. That's good news.
Why do you think that is?
They're trying to appeal to the moderates. They're actually doing the same thing Democrats have been doing my entire life, because they know there's no more push. And what is the far right going to do? Vote for Biden? They don't get
the dog that caught the car, right? They got abortion.
They know that.
They've got power infrastructure now. They've got what Clinton had the problem with, which is, hey, who are the Democrats going to vote for? The other side? And the answer is they're just not going to vote. Eventually, they're just not going to vote.
they know that they're a rump party and they're at risk of going the way of the Whigs. They know that. They understand that.
And
you
the
can't
midterms.
have a national party. You can't have a national party with 30% of the vote. They know that.
I'm in Washington's 3rd congressional district.
Yeah.
We were 27 points likely to go towards the fucking Republican, and we won by like, I want to say 400 votes. Now,
there you go.
Again, kind of a blue dog Democrat, whatever you want to call it, but still a Democrat. So that happening, that was because of the Roe v. Wade decision. That's just straight up, like, it was what she ran on. It's what we pushed, and it worked really, really well in a lot of places, and it will continue to. And I think these are the things when you start talking about people's interests. The Republicans no longer care about that. They're straight in the cult of personality place. They're straight in that phase. And so, again, the hope is that if Kamala even runs a halfway moderate campaign, and if people locally get involved and push, all they have to do is see a little bit of that interest. That's all people need. They'll go to the polls happily.
All right. Yeah.
That's right. And we could go on for hours, but go
We
ahead.
could continue. We could continue.
Yeah, but Daedalus
I want to say this was a lot of
conversation and wants to interrupt and ruin it every time.
Exactly. It's supposed to be a powerful panel.
I am. Couple notes. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, especially on such short notice. I took an impromptu poll of the audience, and we have been rated more fun than a WIC panel because I'm a kind of a jealous bitch.
Oh, good. I don't have
I
to
also
kill myself.
double checked. I also double checked. I did mark the stream as not for kids because that became very important tonight. But insofar as everything else, I kind of feel I was agnostic about Biden dropping out.
You have Brooks on the panel, just letting you know.
Yeah, I was agnostic about Biden dropping out.
You have a sailor on the panel, you idiot.
Yeah, I made bad choices today, guys. Very bad choices. I was agnostic about Biden dropping out, but I think I was concerned about Biden, and I feel a sliver of hope now. And I think that's where we need to end it tonight. So I want to thank everybody, encourage you to subscribe to everybody who, if you haven't subscribed to. Brooke
Please
does
subscribe
great
to us.
stuff. Maya does a great show every Sunday. Stephanie's got good stuff.
We got the goal of 1,000. We got the goal of 1,000 subscribers.
I have a goal of
Next
a
year,
million.
probably.
No, that's. I mean, well, we're starting small. We're starting small.
A million subscribers without a question.
I'm just
So
trying to get to
thank you.
1,000.
So thank you, everybody,
I'm
and
just
have a good
trying
night.
to crawl into a corner and die.
Oh no.
All right, we are out.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody. This was a lot of fun. I hope I've already got ideas for other panel stuff if you want to get involved later on. This was a good time, though. Thank you a lot.
I'll always
Thank
come
you
and
for coming out.
swear
It's time
anytime
for a
you need me
Ukraine
to.
panel.
You know me.
Salute.
We can. Hey, look.
All right, have a good night, everybody.
Have a square off anytime you want to go.
East Europe panel.
Good to meet all of you. Good to see you again, bald clown. What are you doing, Miguel? What
right.
is that? What is?
I got to duck out. Avery's giving me a funny look, like his eyes are
Where
floating.
did I come up with that silly name?
No, just
Have a good night, everybody.
I get it. It just makes when I see it, I'm like, so is he wanting me to call him that? Does he know it's there? Because someone changed my name
So
and
we
thought
just-
it was hilarious
so
and you
do
didn't notice
we
right
just-
away.
Do we
What
just
did they
continue the
change it
panel
to?
alone
Part of it.
now?
It happens a lot. I got Princess Fingernail Polish is now my name in Sunday server for some fucking reason, and I didn't
see.
notice for like a week.
So
It's fine. I paint my fingernails. It's fine. It's just it was just
That's me.
I was. Oh no, they know I don't care. But it's like the bald clown. You never know if it's like self-effacing or, you know, someone's like giving you shit or someone's actually being mean. So
No, it started out because when I first got onto Discord, it was for a specific gaming group, and that was the name of my
sure.
character.
Oh.
And I've never changed it, and honestly, not sure I could figure out how to, but there you
So
are.
what happens?
this is
So what happens now? We just continue the panel alone, right?
apparently.
I am going to bed, but you guys were fun.
She's
And
like,
what's the name of
"Fuck
your
off, I'm
channel?
done."
To bed. It's like 6 a.m. here right now.
You're in the 3rd district, Brooks?
Yeah, I'm down in Washougal, Vancouver,
That's early for
Portland-ish.
Brooks.
Yeah, I'm up in 6th.
Oh,
Hey, Maya.
okay.
Near
this
Gig
is
Harbor.
What
fun.
time
I
is
hope
it
you
when
enjoy
all
it.
of
Yeah.
you, where all
I
of you
did.
are?
I did.
What time is
Who
it?
is not West Coast? Because,
Well,
like, I know
I am
East
not
Stephanie's
West Coast.
Maine.
I am Maine. So
The other
Maryland.
Portland.
Maryland.
Yeah.
the other
Midnight
part.
where
Maryland?
you are.
But
Yeah,
can I ask what part of Maryland?
Baltimore.
Oh, fuck, I love Baltimore.
Got it wrong. It's Baltimore.
Oh, right, Baltimore. You can't take all the vowels out of it.
Did someone
You
say
want to pronounce it correctly.
Voldemort?
Baltimore.
Voldemort? No. It's definitely a strong B, but you got to take all the vowels out of Baltimore and Maryland. You want to pronounce it
I
correctly.
mean,
Well,
Warszawa.
there's a in there.
Yeah,
That's foul-ish.
I was born and raised in Illinois, so I don't pronounce my own state right.
It's okay.
It's Illinois.
It's okay. Maryland is best state, isn't
Don't
it?
pronounce the S. Nails in a chalkboard.
I am a daughter of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts who escaped to Maine, but I always like to remind Maine natives that part of the Commonwealth. So hey, you know what?
Wait,
This has
but
been really
Lucy,
great.
what's the name of your channel?
Lucy has a.
Lucy Hayes.
Lucy Hayes.
Lucy
Okay.
Haza.
Yes. Did you Ukraine?
Haza? Have I been mispronouncing it the whole time, Lucy?
Yes.
Well, and what the?
We're still on, and we're still on in Lucy's channel.
Of course. Of
No,
course,
Lucy's
I'm
gonna
streaming.
stream forever.
That's
I'm
good.
still
See,
streaming.
we
I told you we
can
just
chat
continue
all
the panel alone.
And Lucy will start like saying things in order to get you to debate her. Just watch. It's gonna be like she'll say like, "But do you like this movie or game?" No, fuck you. And then she'll try to take you down, and then she'll want to debate, and it'll be like an hour of your life. Just watch. I'm learning.
True. Like we did with Russia thing, right?
It was not.
You know what?
God damn it.
Yes.
God damn it. That
Yes.
wasn't a debate. It was a goddamn because I didn't disagree with you.
You did it first in the
You
DMs.
have time now.
You know what? It's such a pleasure.
time to debate.
Meet all of.
All right, what are we debating? Because you guys were going at it.
We were
like-
supposed to debate
Oh, yeah.
what the best game was on the Super Nintendo, if I remember correctly.
No, it was
That
some
was going to be a
overseas.
debate.
It was some overseas bullshit.
Oh, with
It's
that
all
was with
bullshit
Hetman.
overseas. I'm an American.
It was with Hetman about Ukraine. But with
All right, guys,
with
it's
Brooks,
great
it was
talking to you
about
all.
Russia and Russian
gotta go.
culture.
All right,
Good
safe,
night,
Commander.
Commander.
Bye-bye.
I made a statement one time where I said that like because I've traveled enough, but I haven't like lived in that part of the world. I've traveled through Russia, I've traveled through Ukraine, and I made the mistake of saying Russian culture because I'm a fucking stupid fucking Westerner America, and Russia and Lucy took it seriously and had to teach me about the realities of all of it, and I get it, and I'm sorry, Lucy, okay?
Have to debate.
You won.
Lucy did a really great series of historical reviews of the Polish-Lithuanian
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth, which was a real thing in Europe, a major power in Europe.
Yes.
Oh, we lost someone else now.
Just
we lost Maya.
Free Musketeers.
Everyone's dropping like flies.
So you watch my content?
Do I watch?
Yeah.
Yes.
We've gone. Well, this was like 2 years ago. And doing that. And
Brooks
we had
watches
some-
my content too. Do you watch my content?
I have watched your content. I skipped through it, but I do watch it. You have a lot of content, and I only have so many hours in the fucking day, Lucy.
I see. So what do you like and dislike about
Sorry.
the content? Give me some critique now. Give me some
There's
critique
no
live.
critiques. It's you have like 14 hours a day that you stream, and I'm not going to watch all of it. That's just the way it works. I'm sorry. So I jump through and I'm like, oh, cool. I know this stuff. Or I watch you play a game for a minute, or I wait till you're talking to someone. That's it, because I got like only so much time. Sorry, work and kids and fucking.
You should.
One thing I didn't plug.
Yeah.
the beginning of the thing, which of course was rather stupid, was what is the Transposition podcast? And we focus on news about the trans community on a weekly basis, like and Carly is a former ESPN reporter. She was an ESPN producer, 15 years, and is a trans woman footballer, American footballer. And I am a trans woman professional sailor. And so we cover a lot of topics around the issues of trans women in sport. And we also cover other stuff. And we have a Discord, which I called Newsroom. Have a
just so you know, Discord, because of the way that it does the audio detection, when you get slightly quiet or back away, it disappears, and we can't. It stops transmitting.
So I disappeared. Is what you're telling me.
Yeah, so we missed the last 4 sentences you said.
All right, so what? That's great. So the Transposition podcast YouTube channel, we cover sports because I'm a professional athlete and have been involved in decisions about trans women in sport in my sport for 10 years or more. I transitioned 27 years ago. So I've been, when people start talking about trans people in sport, usually they know nothing about sport and they know nothing about trans women.
True.
Usually.
Be right back.
And my colleague, Carly Chardonnay Webb, was a sportscaster and producer for ESPN for 15 years. So we cover those issues, and we also have a Discord that has over, I think in our reading room right now, we have collected well over 50 peer-reviewed studies about trans people and
oh yes, and you even
exposed.
I think you've sent me the page that tracks new legislation in real time, right?
Yeah, I did.
Right. Yes,
Did.
I remember.
A while ago.
It was a really nice.
So yeah, I mean, it's like I've run into you guys, on Sunday's channel. I always have issues. It's like, geez, where are the voices for what? It's like you always when we're having these conversations, it's like it's always kind of say something about this, not really quite right, and particularly in the area of sports, people don't get it right. People don't know what goes
The sports
on.
thing has always been fascinating to me. That's a thing that people attach to. When it's so I grew up doing sports. I'm 6'6". I played basketball. Is it fair that I played basketball? I guess would be the question I'd ask, because I was born 6'6".
Well, you weren't born 6'6".
No, but I was born to be tall. There's another guys in my class. They were 5'1", and not everyone's Muggsy fucking Bogues. Like, you're gonna have short, tall. I know dudes who, like cis dudes, straight up the most testosterone any human could ever have naturally pumping through their veins. Horrifying mutants of human beings. Conversely, I know cis women who also shit tons of testosterone pumping through their veins. Like, but that, like, who competes against who? It's like, dude, like the idea of men and women's sports, I think itself is kind of silly. Like, just, it should be kind of like, to me, it's like boxing. It's not. So to me, it's like boxing. It's proper boxing is by weight class, and something like that should be the case rather than straight up gender split.
Well, there's
And I get the reasons.
there's very interesting history about that. The streamer Conyer
yes.
did a whole thing about the history of the
It was
division
interesting.
of the
Yeah.
sports, like how actually a lot of the divisions were made because women started coming dangerously close to beating men, and so they have to be divided
not
out.
dangerously close. They actually did.
Yes. Well,
I
you
mean,
know, I'm being
in
diplomatic.
1902, a woman won silver
Right.
in figure skating.
So it was sort of
at the
divided
time,
because
and that's how
yeah.
they split it.
Yeah.
In
isn't
you
it-
know in Barcelona, at the Barcelona Olympics, a Chinese woman won gold in skeet, and 4 years later, in Atlanta, there were separate divisions. So it's like
The story goes,
there
the
are
spelling bee.
reasons for having. There are reasons for having in my sport. Actually, the data indicates that women are actually better at it. However,
What sport, if I can
culturally,
ask?
Sailing, sailboat racing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I like that. That's fascinating. I'm sorry, I'm not super into sailboating, but I guess in my head, I'm an idiot and a sexist piece of shit. I guess I don't know. Like
No.
that's fascinating.
You're not a sexist piece of shit. But
No. It's just it didn't occur to me that
sailboat
women.
racing
That's
is-
fascinating.
Sailboat racing is a is rather esoteric, but it's been a men's sport for years, and women, the opportunities for women, it's like women were always the first mate, and the woman can't drive the boat, et cetera, and so forth.
Oh no.
So it is always it was always a it was always as a second grade thing. So the reason for giving women opportunities to compete against one another was a social reason, not based on physicality and talent. In a sport like sailing, which is very equipment dependent, it is literally, as you said, it's body type, body size. If you're sailing a full rig laser, you need to weigh 170 pounds anyway, or 170 to 180 pounds. And if you're sailing, which is the men's division, right, in competition, if you're a woman who weighs less than that, you will never be competitive. So you will never have an opportunity to excel in the sport.
Right.
And
The nature of everything, if you don't get the
if-
chance, you can't stretch the muscles.
If you don't get the chance, you can't stretch the muscles. Whether it's mind muscles and
Exactly.
sailing
Mind
really
muscles
needs
speaking,
mind
because
muscles. Or muscles like the actual physical activity.
Speaking of
Well, it's
mind
just
muscles,
as a note because it's
Reasons to separate. There are reasons to provide opportunities that aren't afforded, and the sport has changed significantly since we started really wanting to have women have those opportunities, to the point that in the last, from 2017 to 2019, when this bullshit blew up in the sport because of politics, like who can sail, when
But
the,
this is
International-
the
the International Olympic Committee said it's up to the individual sports to figure out who's a woman and who isn't.
Right.
Because it's never about men. It's never about men. Men, you can compete in the men's division to your heart's
hey, we're the
content
default.
because
Well,
you're
there's-
the default.
there's
Yeah,
the,
we're the default.
the
But-
sports
but-
thing.
We did a study. We literally looked at the only place where men and women were competing on a relatively equal basis was in collegiate sailing. Because
I buy it. That's interesting.
Because in collegiate sailing, it's a sport that doesn't require the money. You don't need to buy the boat. And the sport is really kind of weird because if you have to buy the boat, that means you have to make the money. Women don't make as much money as men. Women don't go into sailing as at post-collegiate levels because they can't fucking afford it, or because they're, it takes a very unusual woman to progress to a professional level beyond a collegiate career. But in the collegiate career, there's no advantage to having a guy on a boat. None.
Right. But the sports thing
that's one of the fascinating things about competition. Whenever you're in these positions and you see these things happen, competition, and Americans, we're really good at this. We're like the best at like fucking things up this way. But the story goes, 1908, if you don't know, the first spelling bee was won by a black girl. And it upset people so much they fucking canceled the spelling bee for 20 goddamn years. And another black person didn't win it for 100. So like literally southern states were saying that the fact there was a black person competing unnerved the white students so much they couldn't properly compete. Which, by the way, have you heard anyone saying, "Oh, look, having a girl compete, having a boy compete, unnerved our team so much"? It's the fucking exact same mental state, the exact same conversations.
But it becomes so
insane.
ridiculous. Like, you remember the chess thing that happened, right? The trans women being banned from chess.
Oh, yes. What the fuck are you talking? Or darts.
That was, that one did make me kind of chuckle because it's so absurd.
Yeah.
It's one of those, it's like, are you fucking kidding?
No, they're not
if
kidding.
If anything, like testosterone doesn't really help in chess. Like, I would say it's maybe even a hindrance. Like, I don't know a lot of guys who, like the high T guys, not chess players, generally speaking.
And then we got even more absurd when there were beauty contests when a trans woman would win, and suddenly the trans woman would have an unfair advantage in beauty, I guess.
An unfair advantage is meaning male, primarily male standards of beauty. It's just, what the fuck.
Well, that's actually one of the really fun little things about like gender as a thing. It's a rare medical condition that you actually have a boy who's born with specifically like it's XY chromosomes, but you end up like feminine. They end up becoming some of the best looking women around.
It's CAS, complete androgen
yes.
insensitivity.
Thank you. It's really fascinating. Again, the way that hormones and life and the world builds us as we go is incredible. It really is kind of amazing.
And
I think it's a rich tapestry.
And of course, it's a rich tapestry. I like to think of it. People talk about a spectrum. I like to think about a color gamut. It's like a three-dimensional place where you can land anywhere, and
continually shift. I believe so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and obviously, when you talk about the question, what is sex? It's like, it's hard to answer that question, and it's certainly as hard to answer the what is gender question, because there are so many different ways.
It's because it really doesn't exist.
Both of those things.
Like, because none of these things exist. They're socially determined in very complex ways, and it's I've told Lucy this story. I've mentioned before, my son, who had very long blonde hair. He's 6 now, but for the first few years of his life, what a pretty girl, every stranger in the fucking world would say. And he didn't mind it. Like, we didn't care. I don't give a shit about those things. And over time, like, because we don't really push that kind of shit on him. At some point he said, like, he just corrected someone. He's like, no, I think I'm a boy. It was just one of the weirdest conversation moments where it's like,
may I ask, at what age did he start insisting?
It was 5.5 ish, but he didn't insist. Insisting is different. Insisting is more.
No, I understand. I get it.
He doesn't do that. He still pretends to be Wendy Koopa or Princess Peach, but so it's like, so he's doing a lot of play and a lot of stuff. But like, it was once. It was. I think it was the person
thing. Yeah.
I think it was the person too, and the situation, and it was a very specific. So it's really fascinating when you start watching how kids do this, and then when you see him interact with other children. And I'm in a pretty red area. I mean, it's a Trumpy place. And you see kids being very, they're very gender binary children because their parents fucking are. So they go, "What are you? Are you a girl?" And like they say that to him, and he's like, "I don't know." Like it was just the weirdest fucking thing, and they don't know how to respond to that. Oh no, he's great, but it's the way that they then turn on him because it's confusing or it's weird.
Right.
And that little thing for 5 and 6 year olds, and I'm just like, oh, cool. This is literally all it is. Like, it's just not grown up and big kids, and now they're adults.
Hello,
and
Toaster
it's
Cleaner.
awful.
Welcome to the
literally
stream.
for a child, it is literally taken as a thing. You know what's going on, but you take it in childish ways, and then you know, it's like there are books written about childhood sexual development and all of this stuff that
no, and I'm sure I'm speaking to the choir. You guys know a million times to me.
People
and they
forget
forget like just
what it was
my
like
grandfather's
to be a kid.
My grandfather's generation, FDR, is one of my favorite examples of this. His generation, it was incredibly common for everyone to be a girl until they were 8 or 9. Like they were just called girls.
Yeah.
They were just called girls. They're pictures of him and his brothers in dresses. Like at young ages. Because that's what the bourgeois types did. They had girls until they weren't.
Wow.
And then they became boys or whatever it may be. But again, the relationship with gender is that fucky. Like it's that kind of, cool. This is, we build it, we put it a certain way, we say it's a certain way, and then it's whatever we say it is. I mean, it's really, really weird.
For me, it was an internal sense, and it was just okay. And that internal sense expressed itself when I was quite young. But anyway, I want to get off the topic and introduce another one, which I think it might be interesting to you, and that is the incredible. We're talking about the cultural insensitivity towards the Palestinian people and towards Arabs generally in the United States.
Well, it's not just in the United States.
It's expressed in language. It's if you circle around in atheist conversations, people talk about the kalam cosmological argument. Nobody understands that kalam means argument in Arabic. So it's the argument, cosmological argument.
Well, it's like saying Sharia law.
Yes, it's like saying Sharia law. It's like saying Haram al-Sharif. The Arabs call it the Jews call it the Temple Mount, and the Arabs call it Haram al-Sharif.
The war of jihad.
Well, but the Temple Mount. There's a Hebrew word that describes that piece of real estate in Jerusalem, but that's not used. The Temple Mount is used. The holy sanctuary is what Arabs call it. And we are conditioned to think of everything Arabic as foreign.
As what? Sorry?
We never translate. We don't
foreign.
Translate foreign. We don't
Well,
translate
this is
Arabic
this is
into the English. It's the misunderstanding of Islamic culture is.
This is literally why, to me, Said's book Orientalism strikes more true now than ever. But it's what it is specifically. People don't talk about Orient as being the Middle East, but it is. And there's this really fascinating sort of switch that we've done overall. And I think there's a couple reasons why we've chosen the people in the Middle East specifically, like we can get into, but like Orientalism as a thing, it's not just purely the Middle Eastern people. We've done it with China, by the way, as well. There's xenophobia in a very unique way as a thing. And it's a lot of it is because there's a wonderful, I'm not going to remember the name on the top, I'll figure it out later, wonderful writer who wrote about what he called the I'm sorry, I'm going to get it wrong. The Peninsula of Asia is how he referred to Europe, because the reality is it's a tiny, not really able to self-sustain space in comparison with the breadth of the Middle East and Asia and India and everything. So
Well, there are parts
peninsula,
there are parts of Europe that are sort of able to self-sustain themselves. Like, after all, certain parts of Europe are called, not without reason, the bread basket, right?
yes, I'll get you. It's a wonderful book you can read, but his commentary was about how Europe gained its identity primarily by being sort of this. We have to go and trade with the Middle East. We have to go trade with China, and a lot of the wealth and riches were those relationships.
It's very important
especially
to remember that when we say Europe, for the longest time, what was meant was Western Europe, and that Eastern Europe has been also considered to be pretty exotic, Asiatic, and wild. Like,
well, sure. I mean, it's
after all,
a lot of it, a lot of it finds its its intellectual basis in the formations of Christianity too.
Like, for example,
Lucy, have you ever seen have you ever seen the Zizek? It's from when it was long ago, but he was doing a video on the bridge between what he considered the Balkans and Central Europe. And it's one of my favorite little lines because it's very much about what you're talking about, where he says, on this side, we have Central Europe where people are civilized, women, and it's awful what he says. I won't repeat it, but he's like, we're civilized over here. The rapes happen. Women hate it. It's awful. Over there, the Balkans, where women love it. And it's like this joke he's making about over there. And he's on a bridge in just the middle of a city.
Wow.
And so it's the way that we've always sidelined the Eastern Europe, or even I would say parts of Central Eastern. I think a lot of that is very much what you're talking about.
In the aforementioned,
it's like
in the aforementioned Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because that's been mentioned today, the nobility, which sort of expanded, took like things like weaponry, clothing. A lot of it was taken from the Ottoman Empire, which was already sort of for Western Europe out there, which is why people in this area were treated basically also as Asiatic and very exotic. And also there's I guess a difference even right now in the language, you know. You call the area Middle East, but in Poland we call it the nearby East, you know?
Yes. Well, the Near East is the Near East was a colloquialism for ages and ages, in English parlance.
So that is what the area.
Last 50 years, it's been changing.
Which of course makes absolutely no fucking sense from an American's perspective, because it's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but middle. I mean, from Polish perspective, I guess it makes more sense that it's the nearby East, but the existence of a Middle East does imply that there is something between the Middle Easts, right? So what's to the west of the Middle East?
There's no good East. There's no good East. Like, that's kind of the point of the way that
middle,
it's phrased in US
middle,
parlance.
you have
I know.
East and West. So what's the West
what
East?
You're saying. That's my point, is that there isn't. There's the middle or the far East. It's dumb, but it's the point is creating distance. That's the point of the language and how it's used. People very commonly, even now today, don't understand. Like, once you've been around the Mediterranean and you've realized you can see, like, I've been able to see Iran from a boat. I've been able to see Dubai. I've been able to see Iraq. Once you can see these things and you realize, oh fuck, they're not really that far from anything.
Right.
It feels weird, but when they are far, when they're another continent, which makes no fucking sense at all. They're another continent. No, Greece is part of the good ones. Greece is on the good continent, but Lebanon's not, even though it's like.
Well, listen,
where the
in
fuck are these
Polish,
things?
you have the nearby East, you have the Central East, and you have the Far East. You know, these you have the three parts.
Which it kind of makes sense from a Eurasian perspective, but it certainly doesn't from an American perspective, because it's like, you know, the nearest east to me is Portugal, you know. Yeah, you know, and the nearest east to somebody in Portland, Oregon is I don't know, me maybe like 3,000 miles away, whatever.
Well,
But
and the distance is hilarious when you start comparing like the distance between X and Y. It's really extraordinary. Like we think of, and again, I'm talking as an American, and I shouldn't talk for all Americans, but you know, I went through American school, so it is what it is. Like the idea of Turkey's the Middle East, but it's not. It's also Europe when we want it to be.
Yes.
And it's one of those really strange things that we do. It's it depends. Are they being good guys or are they being brown? And so this is kind of like that's the way that we kind of talk about it. So when we talk about like the buffer that we have between the Middle East, it's Turkey, it's Greece, and it's Turkey, and then it's all of that stuff. And so when we have Afghanistan, even though it's like one country,
I honestly think it has to do with the fact that that Europeans especially think of the foundations of Christianity as being in Anatolia. I mean, all of those congregations of Paul are in Anatolia, almost. Almost all of those congregations were in that area of the world. And I also, you know, and the Ottoman Empire made it to fucking Vienna. You know,
and then the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth saved its spot.
You know, they were a European power, and you know, they were a European power into the 20th century.
By the 20th century. No, they were in the rescue. The Vienna rescue basically was a death nail to the Ottoman Empire.
I mean,
what we're doing is the goal for
what I'm saying, you know.
Well, so for me, it's the goal is ultimately to create otherness. That's all the thing is. Like the idea of Europe being a continent and where we draw that line straight up. In my lifetime, it's because of the Cold War in Germany. Like that's the reason that we have that cutoff in the other side, and it's to support that power structure. Because if you look at a map, it makes no goddamn sense to cut the line where we do, and it's real so it's not like geographical. We pretend it is. We pretend it's objective. It's an objective thing, but it's a cultural thing where we want to draw the line. This is European culture. We don't like these other things, so they don't count. Borscht is not European. It's the other side of that thing. So we really don't want to deal with that. So we kind of call this, and again, borscht Europe ultimately was just, I love borscht, but hey, it's from the dirty side of Europe. So we don't allow it here.
Well, I'm sorry for it being from the dirty side.
What the hell? You don't like beets?
I tend to be a bit sarcastic. I'm sorry.
I'm from the dirty side of Europe. I am in the dirty side of Europe.
Lucy's in my whole big discussion where she did destroy me in a debate or whatever.
True.
It was because I said I like borscht, and I didn't say and Russian food. That was the mistake I made.
You said you like borscht because it's Russian.
I didn't say because it's Russian.
You said it was Russian. You said you like Russian things.
I said I like Russian food like borscht. So it's not because it's Russian. Okay, so just to be very clear, I like it because
also
it's
borschts are very different. Like in Poland and Ukraine, they're very
yes,
different.
They are. They're all over the place. I know. They're different colors even.
There's white.
It's a whole. There's a bunch of shit.
We're just crazy monkeys that like to draw border lines all over the place, and we just can't seems
Well,
a bit
because it
over right now.
otherizes. It gives us an easy thing to say, here's where we come from. Here's our history. Because again, the fascist within us loves that. It loves having a story that we
Well,
can tell that's true. And that we
so
get to say is like back in time
right,
and that we have a heritage and blah, 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 and all this dumb shit.
right. But you know, there's you know this is where the horrors that humans have perpetrated on one another over the centuries and millennia. Let's be honest, it's like we're nasty little monkeys that can get better. You know, this is the idea. My idea is we're monkeys, but we have the cognitive capacity to do better, and the nature of things like truth and reconciliation in cultures that have been terribly oppressed. I'm thinking South Africa, and it's like, well, you have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Well, you can't have reconciliation before the truth. And so, in my own case,
The base for the
as
Polish
a
borscht
as a
is very
child
different from
of
the
early
Ukrainian
English
borscht,
settlers to the
and
United States,
Polish
I
borscht has a lot
recognize
less stuff packed
the
into it, and the Ukrainian one has a lot
and
more
I
stuff
can
packed into
personally
it.
identify people who did horrible things who are in my bloodline. That doesn't mean I did the horrible things, but I'm not going to sit there and say that horrible things weren't done by people who are part of my heritage.
No,
So
you have to be aware of it,
just
but
say,
it's like I
right.
tell people, there's a difference between being a white person or saying you're a white person. Because the reality is the skin color I have, it's just that this is where I was born. This is how I came to be. This is how shit works. But if I'm going to say I'm proud to be white, different fucking conversation we're going to have very quickly. Because I've made my identity the history of the thing. I've made my forefathers my identity. I've made where I came from my identity. And all this does, it's the same as nationalism. Doug Stanhope has the great line where he says, nationalism, the only thing it does, and race, is it lets you take credit for shit other people did. That's all it is.
And
And you
then
get to
it's
pretend
also it also there's this very nasty sort of thing where we take histories of entities that were not nation states, that were very different from what exists today, and then we sort of do this projection of today's nation state into that past, and sort of almost treat those entities of the past like the extension of the current nation state.
No, that's the Stanhope joke where he's like, I'm at a bar. He's at a bar with his friend, and his friend is like yelling at some foreign guys, like, it's a good thing we saved your ass in World War II. And Doug's like, I looked at him and I said, we did? Because last night we got blackout drunk and vomited in a Taco Bell parking lot. So I don't know what we did. Like,
well, the thing
it just lets you take credit. Like, I'm not my grandfather. I'm not even my parents. I'm barely my parents. I have some commonalities, but I'm not my grandfather who fought or did a thing. I'm maybe connected in some minor way, but I'm not him. None of us are.
None of us are. But the thing that is fascinating to me is my BA was in history. I've been a sailmaker my entire life, so it's like I've really applied my history degree, right? But
it's Spinoza is one of the greatest philosophers of all time. Leibniz, another one of the greatest philosophers of all time. They wrote 3 letters to each other, and they were about how Spinoza ground lenses for glasses, because that's what he did for a living. That's it.
Right.
So some of the best thinkers don't do the thing you think they do.
So where I'm going with this is like the thing that fascinates me is the context of the people in the past. What context were they living in? What memories did they have, generational or otherwise? What were they thinking about? You know, when we talk about the early English settlement of this country, what were those settlers coming from? And that, you know, that's of interest to me because those were my people, right? It's like they're connected to me in family stories. And so it's like, what did they remember? The people that, you know, the people that came to Plymouth in 1620, and some of those were my people. What did they remember? What was happening in England at the time politically? Why did they organize their society here in the way that they did, with the context that they were bringing from Europe? And when you get to the general, this is where it touches on the modern age. When you get to the people that wrote the Constitution, that wrote the Declaration of Independence, what did they remember? They, within generational memory, remembered the English Civil War. They remembered sectarian conflict. They remembered the revolution that executed a king and created a commonwealth. These were Englishmen. They were Englishmen and women who had that within, what we're talking 1775 to the Great Restoration was 1681. I mean, we're talking about remembering something the same way that we remember the last days of the 19th century.
Oh,
if we bother
that's
to
so
do it.
It's incredibly true, because most people also don't realize that the founding fathers, I am currently the age George Washington was when the Revolutionary War was won and when they signed the Declaration of Independence. 44 years old. The vast majority of people were younger than that, and they were in their 20s. I think Aaron Burr was 20. He couldn't even drink now, and he's fucking famous. So
John Adams was like 29, I think.
Yeah, they were kids in comparison to the people we have now.
They were young people.
And so when we're talking about
yeah,
within their lifetime, yes, within that time frame, it's exactly what I'm saying, is that time frame, they don't have a 90-year fucking outlook on the world. They're not Joe Biden and Donald Trump. They are young men who knew that time period and what they not only grew up in, but the stories they were told from their parents, who also were only about that same age. So you're talking about like 50 years of history is what really made these men do what they do in the world that they lived in. It's really incredible, actually.
And it's you know, but those things are within generational memory. Their parents and
yes, very much.
were able.
No, that's
to,
what I'm saying. Yes.
We're able to relate this stuff, and people don't think in those terms. I think it's bizarre that people don't even think in those terms. Somehow these people are somehow sainted, but they're not. They realize the pitfalls of establishing a religion. They realized the pitfalls of establishing a monarchy. They understood what tyranny meant because they had experienced it. You know, and they had negotiated it, or their parents had. You know, the original sin in the United States, slavery, they couldn't get over that. Because
there's a lot of things they couldn't get over too.
Because, you know, there's a lot of things. Well, yeah, sexism, they couldn't get over that. You would say Abigail Adams writing to John.
The indigenous people.
Remember the ladies, you know, it's like, oh, fuck you, you know. Sorry.
There's a great history book I always recommend, especially if this is the place, the time of interest, is Autumn of the Black Snake. It's easily my favorite history book I've ever read. Like in terms of like it's prosaic, the way he writes is incredible. Right. But it's deeply researched and sourced, and it's about the founding of the country. It's about literally the people you're talking about, and the why we made the U.S. Army, which is it's a fascinating story, and it's like it involves all the stuff you're talking about. I have to recommend it. Sorry, it's just like I love that book so much.
A Polish intersex person helped to create the U.S. cavalry, so.
It's a really interesting story. The first guy in charge of the U.S. Army, Spanish spy. Like, it's like that good of a story. So it's really fun stuff.
My history advisor at Brandeis was David Hackett Fisher, who's written tons and tons of books, deeply researched and deeply deeply connected with data. I mean, his whole thing was all about let's see about land organization. Let's see about political organization. Let's see about the political and social and economic culture. If politics being matters of the state and economics being matters of the home, let's see how these people organize themselves in the various regions of the United States, and they were quite different. New England was very different from Virginia, and Pennsylvania, and
Oh yeah.
all of these other places.
Once upon a time, we were states that were states.
Right. Right.
Like they really were states. Like we use that term almost colloquial now to just mean like, I don't know, local government. But once upon a time, they were really states, and they were intended from the beginning to kind of be individual states that were united, like a United States,
like Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Well, the very first
or a confederacy.
Government.
Sorry.
The very first national government was organized under the Articles of Confederation. They were independent states, and worked out until they started going to war with each other as humans do. It's like this Shays Rebellion in Massachusetts, or Massachusetts and Connecticut,
and then there was like the special operation in Mexico.
I mean,
much like the one that Russia did in Ukraine.
Yeah,
we did that a lot of places. Come on, let's be fair, Lucy. That wasn't the only time we did this. We've done that shit a lot.
No, I
Okay?
mean,
Just saying.
I mean, wait, has the U.S. done this in many places?
The straight up invasion and annexing of territories, like say Hawaii, would be, I think, a very interesting example of that. Texas and all of that.
Well, Texas was part of Mexico, no?
I think the way that we handled and dealt with Haiti, which caused to have to go into debt in order for all of that, so that way they would then sell us.
Well, Puerto Rico does not even have statehood, as far as I know. No.
Puerto Rico became a possession of the United States in the Spanish American War.
Yeah, and then the northern colonies and how we sort of handled the native peoples. I mean, again, Autumn of the Black Snake's fantastic sort of telling of Little Turtle and Blue Jacket and the story of them and their people, and how we totally fucking massacred them.
You did the thing
like over and over and over.
You did the thing that
we
you
did
criticized
the thing
before.
Hey, Americans do the thing.
No, you did the thing that you criticized. You
What
just said we massacred. We did the thing.
I'm making a joke. It's different when you're making a joke.
You said
it's literally a joke for that same reason. That's why it's funny.
I think it was a Freudian slip.
Tisk. It was, well, you know me.
I think we should debate it. I think we should set a date with a moderator.
Did Brooks mean this? Yes or no? Let's debate.
Yes. Write in the chat if you want to debate about.
Here's the thing I'm going to ask. Are you watching The Boys? The Boys has been fascinating this season.
Yeah, but not the new season. I haven't seen that yet.
I'm going to do my best not to say spoilers. I won't give any specifics because I don't like doing that. But I will say there's no question that The Boys has been critical of fascism, corporatism, capitalism.
Yes.
And they've done it lightly and sort of throughout. It is a it's a
was
critique.
pretty on the nose with the Stormfront thing, but
oh, not even close yet. Like the fourth season is like not on the nose. It's more of like a knife in the nose through the back of the head, pushing the nose out the back of the head.
Oh.
It is so fucking hardcore in how it's doing its critique. It's not even a little bit.
Is that why the far righters have been crying about it so much?
Yes. And it's fascinating to me because it's a lot like when people on the far right discover that Rage Against the Machine is a political band. And they're like, oh my God, when did they become political? Which are always the best. It's one of my favorite tweets of all time is the guy who said, Rage Against the Machine, not all their songs have to be like this. Why'd they make this garbage? And Tom Morello responded fucking himself and said, Can you tell me which of our songs weren't about this message so I can go back and destroy them?
Well, it's at being a woman of a certain age, it's like, yeah, are you kidding me? When has music ever not been? At least in some range. I mean,
and it's
airy,
fascinating
shit,
because but it gets co-opted in a really fascinating way. So music of the Vietnam War is one of my favorite eras to sort of see this switch where distinctly leftist music, Fortunate Son,
Phil Oakes,
distinctly. Say what?
Phil Oakes. If you don't know his music, listen to it.
No, I do. But like specifically, let's take Fortunate Son, for example. Is a distinctly anti-American, anti-military song, but it's 100% a right-wing song now. Not even a question.
Which is bizarre.
It's insane. And it's a thing that you see a lot with music.
I ain't no senator's son. No.
I literally played at Donald Trump rallies.
No fortunate one.
Well, what I dislike is how anti-war sentiment is being co-opted right now to push this among, I guess, Finkelsteins of the world. The notion of, wow, we're leftists, we should be anti-war, and yet, so many leftists support Ukraine.
I consider the support of Ukraine to be the actual leftist anti-war message, because the only way to prevent war is to fight back against oppressors, or else war will be continual.
Right. I mean, that it would be different, you see, in speaking from the perspective of 1968, right? Okay, so it would be different if we had, let's say,
1968, the special Russian operation, USSR operation in Czechoslovakia.
Well, yes, there was that going on, but we had literally 550,000 troops in South Vietnam.
And it was genuinely the best Democratic National Convention that's ever happened.
Well, from a certain point of view, it introduced chaos.
It's the only time I've ever been like, man, I wish I was there in that convention. Like, it's the only one I wish I could see.
You know where I was during the Democratic National Convention in 1968? I was in Montreal. At the World's Fair in Montreal with my family, and it was very interesting watching the coverage on the CBC outside the country, and I remember it. I remember it really, really, really sharply because I was 15. I was born a boy, and I was waiting to be drafted.
My dad was in the last group that was drafted before the war was stopped, so he would have been gone. Yeah.
I really fucking admire the guts of American kids on college campuses today who are standing up against genocide. With really no skin in the game, just on principle. And I think this is a little bit of a difference between these kids. They're standing on principle. We're standing on survival.
Yeah, it was different. The 68, everything that happened in those years in the U.S. was very much, my brothers were killed. I know someone who died. I know someone who could be taken. I know someone who may be deployed. I might be deployed. And it's very different for the kids today.
Poland.
We see with Kent State, for example, specifically had to do with sending more troops and that they would be drafted. Like, it was about the draft. It was a very different type of protest. And I'm with you. I think the kids today.
That was 1970.
I guess
that was 1970.
I guess Polish 1968 was like also protests of students against the government. Was cracked down. It was the socialist government, and the second thing was a ton of Jewish people being accused of being Zionists and forcibly deported out of Poland. which was a whole thing because most of Jewish people in Poland felt Polish. They didn't identify with Israel at all, and most of those people were sort of forced to move into Israel, and they were forbidden to even take their documents and credentials with them. Like a professor of X would be forbidden from taking their, and they would never assimilate in Israel. They would never sort of learn the language. They would never find it. You know, they would be basically foreign people at, you know, they would see Israel as some foreign place, not their home. And also that would increase hatred against Polish people in Israel proper because of that whole thing.
Also, at the same time, there was a similar sort of thing going to the Soviet Union, and that changed the Israeli politics. Prior to, it was mostly people of the earlier Zionist movement, the more Western European theological folk, who moved to Israel out of ideological motives for the establishment of a Jewish state in somewhere. Could have been Argentina, but as it turns out, good old Queen Victoria's, Her Majesty's government said, "Yeah, now that we've got this territory, why don't you go over here?" Theodore Herzl would have been perfectly happy to have some blank land in Argentina.
Well, it was a bit complicated with Herzl because he wanted to, I believe there was a plan to go to South Africa, but it created a huge split within the Zionist movement. Herzl was, to begin with, from the beginning of his rise as a Zionist, he was considered a person that sort of co-opted earlier Zionists because there was a Zionism before Herzl that was a bit different. Then it was a bit more esoteric, and basically the older Zionists thought that Herzl just muscled in on Zionism and made it all about himself.
He had the
I
advantage
hate to do this.
writing
It's
better.
been lovely. I have to get running. I'm going to go do dad stuff and things. So I've got to do that.
Dad.
Well, it's
been-
7
it's
a.m.
been
so
This
maybe.
has been fun. This is
lovely to meet you, Steph. Always lovely, Lucy. And once again, you have wrecked me in a debate, and I've been destroyed and am mortally wounded. And I just will have no way to recover. And I appreciate you for being a gracious winner.
That is because I'm a big debater.
Yeah. See you.
That's good.
Of them. I guess it's 7 a.m.
So this is 7 a.m. Have you slept, Lucy?
No. No.
Oh,
And I
you
have
need
to be somewhere in 3 hours.
Okay, well, I should let
I have
you
to
go
be
then.
somewhere in 3 hours, and then I have to go for a therapy session. And then after that I have to go inspect a laptop that I'll be using to stream on from Ukraine.
Well, do take care of yourself, and it was really fun actually getting to talk in virtual personhood. I remember you from your cartoon character when you used
VTuber days. Yes. And then I made a promise that if I had X amount of viewers and then I got rated, so I had to do a face reveal.
And you've a lovely face and a lovely presentation.
Really?
Of yes, really.
Thank you.
Do take care. We'll talk again, I hope.
Thank you. All right then. I'll see you. How do I guess I turned this off. I guess I got it out. So how was the thing for everybody that decided to stay for the full thing? How was this? How did you like? Have you enjoyed the panel and the post panel? Have you enjoyed the panel and the post panel? Give me some feedbacks. I'm back on this camera. It was good. I wasn't here yet for VTuber Lucy. Listen, my trajectory as a streamer was very weird because I started as a mute streamer without a VTube avatar, and when I wanted to talk to my audience, I would type in the chat myself. So I would chat with the chat through the chat as a mute, faceless streamer. And then I did voice training and I upgraded to being a VTuber. And then I eventually did a face reveal. So it was 3 stages. I doubt there's anybody that remembers my days as a mute, faceless streamer that just typed in the chat to communicate. Those were the days. I started out in the RGR thing, RGR server. Yes. And then, because when I was a faceless mute streamer, I would average 1 viewer. I would have on average 1 viewer. So I would play Valkyria Chronicles with this 1 viewer for several hours. And basically I would play the game and the 1 viewer would comment on my gameplay. And those were my streams. And I would chat in the chat with the 1 viewer while playing the game. Was the viewer a person that's not a viewer now, unfortunately, that he got really busy? They were part of the old RGR community. They had Phoenix in their name. So yes, those were the days. And now, boom. And now, boom. And now I go to Ukraine. And I will stream from... Yes, I have grown. I have grown as a streamer and as a person. So, yes. I also basically have... Okay, write a name of a... I've basically spoken to most streamers at this point. Write a... At least from this political sphere thing. Write me a name of a streamer from the political sphere thing and I'll tell you if I talked to them or not yet. Do it. Write a name of a streamer. TJ Kirk. Is he in this sphere? Well, I haven't talked to him yet. Maybe I should. Maybe I should talk to TJ Kirk. Or Paul Zigo. I should talk to Paul Zigo. Hassan? Hassan will never talk. I've talked to Chad Logic. I've actually talked to Chad Logic. The conversation was not very long, but I did in fact talk to Chad Logic. Yeah. I have had a conversation with Chad Logic. Hassan will never talk to me. Vosh? I've spoken to Vosh. I've spoken to Vosh at the end of the fundraiser for my mom. Never say never, like in that song from American Tail, the animated movie. Never say never again. That song. I've talked to Demon Mama quite a few times. Yeah, it was at the very end. Vosh joined the fundraiser at the very end. I've talked to Xander Hall, even though it was me being scolded by him because I did bad gameplay in World of Warcraft, so I don't know if that even counts. How do you feel post discussion? I feel okay. I feel like I had a lot more to say about Ukraine than Biden, but it happens. It happens. Fundraisers, how I found your stream. Oh, nice. So any more streamers that come to mind that I can tell you if I talk to them or not? Destiny. Destiny is one of the few people that I have not spoken to yet. Should I talk to Destiny? Write in the chat if I should try to talk to Destiny. I've spoken to Wick. I have spoken to Wick. And I have spoken to... Actually, I don't know. I don't think I've spoken to Aiko. Maybe I should speak to Destiny. Shouldn't I? Listen. I can handle combat. Did you talk to Aiko? We might have exchanged words during the fundraiser, but I don't think I've spoken to Aiko. So what happened, Great Raint? I said that I'm good at dealing with combative people. So maybe I could speak to Destiny. Shark 300. Damn, I've not spoken to Shark. But I don't think Shark is super open to speaking to people in general, from what I'm seeing. I don't think he's big for speaking to people on stream. I did want to do it. Talk to me. I've already spoken to you. Several times, in fact. Yeah. Spoken to President Sunday. Any other streamers come to mind that You have talked to the president, yes. I've talked to Lonerbox. I've debated Lonerbox 2 times. Two times I've debated. Bloodsports debated Lonerbox. I don't know a lot of streamers. Well, so anyone else? Debate Kamala. With who? With Destiny? You can't do Bloodsports, Lucy. What do you mean? What do you mean? Have you not watched my debates? Have you not watched my debates? I can very well do Bloodsports. Good night. I think I'm gonna finish the stream with this as well. I'm gonna see you next time. lots of love, good night, and yes, see you later, alligator. See you later, alligator. Or did you break it down even further? See you later, alligator. Get it? Do you get it? Alligator. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Okay, I'm gonna finish stream with this amazing humor thing that I just did. Lucy, take care for real. I will do my best. I will try. Okay, I'll see you. I will try. I will try to take care. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.